Okay, we are live, and it is, what is the date today? It's March 14th, 2017. Yeah, 2007. 2017, I lost a decade. That would be great. 2017, and with us today is, and you know what? I am not even going to attempt to pronounce your full name. I'm going to call you Femi, but he'll introduce himself by his full name. He actually has written a book or a Kinder type material, claiming that there's some problems with evolutionary theory based upon some of Richard Dawkins' work. I have looked over a few of the chapters, noted some things that I found to be problematic, to say the least. And then we're going to address those things and some of his other claims, like he says that macroevolution doesn't exist. And I told him that I can show him without question, 100% certainty that macroevolution, of course, does exist. So anyways, go ahead and introduce yourself. Say your full name, because I'm never going to get it right. And I don't want to disrespect you by getting your name wrong.
Okay. Okay, hello everyone. My name is Femi Babalola.
I'll say the whole thing. Say the whole thing.
Okay, the whole thing is Olufemi Emmanuel Dokun-Babalola.
Yeah, that's a mouthful. Yeah.
Olufemi Emmanuel Dokun-Babalola. If I were to use,
can you do it backwards? That would be impressive. No, we're sticking with Femi.
But you can just stick with the Femi.
That sounds good. That sounds good.
Femi actually means God loves me.
Okay. And did your parents name you that?
Yeah, that's the name my parents gave to me.
So that's original birth name. Okay. So you have this book out, and again, I'm using the term book, but it's a Kindle self-publication, and it's called Evolution. You know what? I'm just going to read it off so I don't get the name wrong. Let's see here. It is called Evolution: What Dawkins Didn't Tell You. We posit to the book The Greatest Show on Earth.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. I've actually looked through parts of The Greatest Hoax on Earth by Sarfati. I gotta admit, this wasn't as awful as his book. By the way, his book is just bad. But some of the things I noted on this one that I'll bring up to you when we're discussing these things is you wanted to talk specifically about one, the explanatory mechanism for macroevolution is insufficient to explain the biodiversity of life. Natural selection, working on random mutations, and natural selection may explain survival but not arrival of the fittest. You also claim that DNA information and conundrum cannot be addressed by naturalistic explanations and that macroevolution does not exist. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. So let's dive in that. Your book, okay. I notice you seem to have some misconceptions, and maybe we can talk about that. What to you, when you hear the term macroevolution, can you give me what you actually think it means?
Good, right. Macroevolution is not observable. Macroevolution is change from one kind of animal to the other.
And do you have a definition for that?
Notice that I have not used change from one species to the other, because the way species is defined these days is so woolly, and
so
it's
you're
difficult
using,
for anybody
a non-standard definition that no scientist uses. Is that what you're saying? Because there's no scientific publication that uses your definition you just used, correct?
Well, let me just explain what I mean by kind.
Sure. Okay, please.
In the Bible, it is only the word kind that is used to describe various types of animals or living things. But the modern classification of in the animal kingdom, I think, was introduced by Lyell, maybe in the previous century, if I'm correct. He was the one who introduced things like starting from the kingdom to class to phylum, kingdom to phylum to class to family to genre, then to species. Hello.
Hey Femi, hey, how's it going? That's all like big picture stuff, you're concerned with the idea of species, right? You think that that is a messy concept in biology, correct?
Yeah, what I'm saying is that how one person, there are so many different definitions of species. There are some who say,
but they all have one thing in common, do they not? Basically, a species is something that cannot reproduce with some other species. They're reproductively isolated from each other. And there's many things that go into that. The sexual.
yeah, but you see, but then you look at, you know, some of the common examples of speciation that are talked about. If, for instance, we talk about the famous finches in the Galapagos, you discover that most of the birds can happily, you know, intermix and interreproduce.
That was adaptive radiation.
Hey, Steve Femi, do you mind if I clarify some things about this? Like, I can appreciate there are a lot of different species concepts. One of them just focuses on sexual reproduction, right? But then you can't really use that to talk about, you know, species in the fossil record, because you can't tell that they reproduce. So there's a morphological species concept. Like, there are different species concepts, and it seems to me like there's a reason why that is. You use one species concept in one context and one in the other context. But you're saying that this concept of a kind, you feel, isn't as messy? This concept of a kind can be applied. Why do you think the concept of a kind is a better thing to use in order to categorize the diversity of life?
Yeah, the concept of a kind is more stable and it's more intuitive. If, for instance, yeah, precisely. If, for instance, you can talk about maybe the dog kind or the cat kind or the...
Well, what is a kind exactly? Do you mind? I think you were about to explain it, but either I didn't hear it or something. Do you mind explaining to me what you mean by a kind?
Yeah, a kind is a group or a grouping of animals that maintain, number one, they maintain their reproductive purity. They can only produce after themselves.
After themselves.
Number two,
okay, go on.
Number two, they have morphological similarities that are easily identifiable. Number three, they tend to be a little more encompassing than your usual rather restrictive genus and species level. So I'll probably say that you can, for kind, you can probably go all the way back to genus, or in some cases back to family. And you will then have, you know, a kind that is encompassing all these animals within the group. I think I had a very good illustration of that in my book, and I don't know how many people have the copy of the book with them. Otherwise, I could just, direct them to the page in the book where I talked about the concept of kind.
Okay, cool. Hey, Femi, I appreciate that a lot. Like, it's nice to know what you think of when I say genus or even if I say family or species. This is a language that we use in order to organize our observations, right? If it's the case that by the end of this hangout, you convince me that kind is a better way to describe things in biology, I'm totally down for it. So I don't really have a big issue when you say kind and when I talk about species. The issues that I'm going to bring about, hopefully in the remainder of this hangout, aren't going to be, they're not going to be dragged down by this dispute over terminology. So you're comfortable with saying that there are kinds, but there's no change over time that leads one kind to either branch into different kinds, different distinct kinds, or what exactly do you do given
what
that there
I'm
are
saying
kinds?
is that if I were to use the dog and the wolf,
Those are two different kinds, yes?
Dog and wolf are the same kind.
Oh, okay. All right, cool.
They both belong to the kingdom Animalia. They both belong to the phylum Chordata. They both belong to the class Mammalia. They both belong to the order Carnivora. They both belong to the family Canidae. They both belong to the genus Canis. And then that is where you now have different species, where the dog now becomes the Canis familiaris, and the wolf becomes Canis lupus.
But
they are the
disagree
same
with this
kind.
system? Oh, go ahead. Sorry, man.
Up to the level of genus, they are the same Canis. They are the same genus, Canis. So in this particular situation, you have both the dog and the wolf belonging to the genus Canis. And
so you don't believe
most
dogs.
people are agreed that most of the dogs that we have around today are descended, from wolves.
So you think they should just be a wolf kind?
Exactly.
But you're fine with the rest of the taxonomic terminology?
Absolutely, yeah.
I mean, it's a lot less things to memorize, right? Again, like I said,
Well, not
if
necessarily
that's how
that you cannot. There's no problem with the taxonomy that is in use today, because it helps obviously with academic communications and understanding among scientists and so on and so forth. Absolutely no problem with that. But what I'm saying is that when we're talking of macroevolution versus microevolution, what I'm saying is that one kind cannot change into another kind. So for instance, the wolf kind, which will encompass obviously the dogs or the Canis kind, let me use it that way, which encompasses the dog and the wolf. Wolves can conceivably change over time into dogs, and that probably happened also. But the wolf kind will not change into the cat kind or the genus Felis, which will of course include the house cat, and maybe the lion and so on and so forth.
Do you mind if I stop you so I can clarify where we are at this point? You think that this is because there's some division between what macroevolution concerns and what microevolution concerns. Microevolution is separated from macroevolution. I've heard this argument before, but I don't. Where exactly you're drawing that line at? You've decided that there's kinds, and then there's other taxonomic groupings. You decided that microevolution only affects kinds. Where is the line drawn? Why have you and why do you draw the line there? Why do you think genetic material can only work within these parameters, and that's what microevolution is?
Well, basically, I want to believe that from observation and from maybe historical data in the sort of fossil record, the change that you can observe will be at the level, from the genus onward, but not necessarily that. In some cases, from the level of family,
right?
Most of the changes you observe today are microevolutionary changes. So that, for instance,
but you think that is distinct from macro, right? You think that won't?
It definitely is distinct from macro. So, and most of the examples that are quoted that are referred to concerning microevolution, for instance, you take the peppered moths, for instance, the moths change in their melanin content, but they are still peppered moths. And the finches in the Galapagos have different big big sizes, but they are still finches.
But well,
And
the thing
the
is,
cichlids in the Great Lakes, they may change color depending on which depth of the lake they inhabit, but they are still cichlids. So these are microevolutionary changes.
but I'm
Yeah,
not
you're gonna
sure
see the
you
problem
haven't
with
you
that.
haven't
See.
identified what exactly is restraining change though.
Yeah.
What makes it so only microevolutionary changes occur? What makes it so you
I want to
can't
believe
have
that that is the way.
eventually?
I want to believe that that is the way God created the animals. He created them in kinds, and it says in the book of Genesis that the kinds, different kinds of animal came forth.
Yeah, but
And
why
so,
couldn't God create it so microevolution eventually informs macroevolution? That doesn't seem inconsistent with the God of theism.
Well,
right?
that is what that is what evolutionists want to believe, that
No, I'm asking you.
microevolution.
Do you think that that's impossible for the God of the Bible
Could he have done it that way?
to kind of? I'm sorry.
You're asking, could he have done it that way? God done it
Yeah,
that way?
it seems
Or
like the God of
God
the God of the Bible has attributes that I think allows it the ability to make some sort of process akin to microevolution and make that process without any type of dividing line between something that we would call macroevolution. I don't see why the God of theism wouldn't be able to create the process of evolution. It seems like it's not beyond that God's abilities.
It's not beyond, but except that that is exactly the way he did it, was to create different kinds. And
Well,
he
okay.
did say
So
that.
it's no longer an idea of belief, right? It's you think that this is something. So God, he could do either or, but there's evidence supporting this idea of kinds that you've mentioned.
The Genesis
And so
account
that's
talks
why you
about
go through it.
kinds.
I'm sorry?
And the Genesis account talks about kinds.
Mm-hmm.
And also Genesis account talks about the kinds producing after themselves. And also, if you look at the story of Noah's Ark, you discover that it was kinds that came onto the ark, and not all sorts of different species. So, for instance, so a
He
lot of
didn't
people.
mention species, he mentioned kinds. Is that what you're pointing out?
Yeah, he mentioned kinds, not species.
But the issue I'm having here is earlier we agreed, look, this is terminology that's used to kind of allow other scientists to integrate their research, to have a unified language in order to discuss biology. So it seems to me that, look, it was called a kind in the Bible, but that doesn't mean that the Bible is saying there are no species. That doesn't mean that the Bible, if it ever went through some revision process, would now say, no, there are species or there are families, right? I don't see, you're saying because the Bible says it's kinds, it cannot be species?
What I'm saying is that the term kind, if you wanted to integrate it with the current taxonomy that we use in science, you'd probably say it was equivalent to either genus or family. And I have used the example of the dog and the wolf to illustrate what I mean by that. If, for instance, you look at the classification of the house cat, for instance, the house cat is also Animalia, is also at the level of kingdom, is Chordata at the level of phylum, it is Mammalia at the level of class, it is Carnivora at the level of order. So far, the house cat and the dog have the same classification. But at the level of family, the house cat becomes Felidae and the dog kind becomes Canidae. So that is where they split apart, and that is why I'm suggesting that the kind that we refer to in the Bible probably will be equivalent to either family or genus in our current classification. And of course, most people will agree if they were to apply just what, I'm not talking about evolutionists now, but if you were to talk to people who maybe were not necessarily sold on the evolution, theory, they will probably agree that it is conceivable for dogs to different from wolves, because just mere looking at them, I mean, physically and physiologically and all that, you will see the similarities that are there. But it will be difficult to make people agree that the cat can conceivably descend from the wolf. So you can see that the kind we're talking about is intuitive, like I said. Even if you showed a 5-year-old pictures of wolves and lions and whatever, and ask the 5-year-old which one can conceivably, become a dog, he will point to the wolf and say the wolf is the one that's likely to become a dog. So the kind classification that's in the Bible is something that is very intuitive, very easily observable, and it makes common sense.
But I'm not quite understanding how you haven't really explained why there's no further, I guess, evolution. Why it only stops at, I guess, the kind, and that's it.
Yeah, Michael Behe wrote a very brilliant book titled "The Edge of Evolution."
Mm-hmm.
And in that book, I think he agrees with most of the concepts I'm trying to bring forth here.
Does he explain the constraint that's separating the idea of microevolution, which it
he certainly did. He certainly did that. There's an edge to which there's a limit within which evolution can occur, and that limit is what we refer to these days as microevolution. Beyond that limit,
I'm asking you what is limiting microevolution, though. It's not microevolution limits microevolution. It sounds to me like you and Behe now are saying there is something that bars the variation associated with microevolution from ultimately over extended periods of time turning into macroevolution. I'm asking, what is that thing that's barring?
Is there a mechanism? Is there a natural mechanism that stops?
There's good. Excellent point.
I would probably say that, the mechanism that bars these changes is probably, genetic in origin. And let me just say that we are only just beginning to understand, genetics. It wasn't too long ago that we were talking about nonsense codons or junk DNA. When I was in medical school, the teaching that we had then was that only about I can't remember the figure, maybe about 5% or so of the genome.
So are you saying that there is a mechanism, and it's associated with genetics, but you're not sure what that mechanism is?
It's probably associated with genetics.
So could I
go ahead, Drac. Go ahead.
So are you saying that it can't be a gross anatomical change, like a terrestrial animal turning into like an avian animal? Is that what you're saying?
That's
kind of my question I want to ask too, because I really want to ask this. I'm sorry, I got to ask this question. You're implying of some sorts that evolution allows for certain things that evolution doesn't allow for. Are you implying that given evolutionary modeling that a cat can be birthed from a dog, or a population of cats can be birthed from dogs?
That's what I'm implying, that when it comes to the let me use
because that's not how evolution works.
Do you mind if I clarify what you're asking? You're asking him if he thinks that evolution requires the evolutionists,
or even allows for it.
You could see dogs arising from a population of cats. That's what you're asking him. If that's how he sees evolution. Okay,
right.
Cool.
Yeah. Do you think evolution allows for that? If we had a population of dogs, and then millions of years later, or whatever your time frame was, They later on became a population of cats. Is that allowed in the evolutionary model?
Not in mine.
Not in any. That's not how evolution works. Right. That is not how the evolutionary model works.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to talk about things like genetic drift and mutations and natural selection and so on.
No. It's called Meyer's law of monophyly. You cannot change your taxonomy once you have a historical taxon level. In evolutionary theory, all dogs forever and ever and ever in perpetuity will have populations of dogs. The model works. Your claim, which you had in your book, you had mentioned something about MRSA, Staphylococcus. You said that it would never become a paramecium, right? Mm-hmm. Which is correct. But if it did, it would invalidate evolutionary theory. Evolutionary theory would predict that would never happen.
Okay.
Because things retain their phylogeny.
Maybe you can explain to me what you understand by common ancestor.
Sure.
And how populations split.
Yes.
And all that.
Sure. Okay. So we are, like you said, we are chordata, we are animalia, we are hominidae. We have all these taxon levels for a human, correct?
Mm-hmm.
When you have common ancestry, right, that just means we share a species that have certain things in a clade that are similar to us. We share a lineage with them, with other branches of our phylogenetic tree. Now, it does not allow us to change anything as far as what our historical taxon is. We are still eukaryotes. And would you agree that whatever population diverges from humans will be mammals? Right? There'll still be eukaryotes. They're not going to be all of a sudden stop being eukaryotes, and they'll still be humans. Would you agree with that?
What you're saying is that we have some things in common with eukaryotes.
We are eukaryotes.
Yeah, okay. I don't doubt that. I'm not.
So you agree that all our offspring must be eukaryotic?
But it doesn't mean that one eukaryote. Let's take a paramecium, for instance, or an amoeba, for instance. It doesn't mean that one eukaryote can, at some point, branch or divide, and some of them now go on to become paramecia, and the other, branch goes.
That's why that would never happen. That's my whole point. You see, you're having this strawman.
Well, if it will never happen, it means that macroevolution doesn't happen. That's what you're saying.
No,
so we agreed on that.
Steve, do you see it? This is the way that I'm taking his criticism. He's not saying that this specific thing that we understand as a cat can never become this specific thing that we understand as a dog. He's saying that this specific organism with these features will never evolve into this distinct organism with those features. Like, that's the way I'm trying to understand his criticism.
Yeah, that's not what I'm reading.
Well, let me
like you actually take him to say, look, you're not going to see a dog eventually have a kitten.
No, and I get that, Joe. No, I'm using his understanding of it. For example, he talks about things like the bacteria not becoming a paramecium or anything like that. I need him to understand that once you have a taxon level, all descendants still have that taxon level. So anything that has come from a human will have the same lineage we had. There'll still be eukaryotic. There'll still be mammalia. There'll still be vibrata. There'll still be chordata. Still be hominidae. Taxon level.
Yeah, up to a level. Even the examples I gave, I made it very clear that in today's taxonomy,
right. So
animals do share certain characteristics, certain classifications up to a level, and then they diverge at a certain level.
We're not even talking about the divergence. We're talking about the offspring from a taxon level, right? We're saying that anything that diverges from us, right, will have the same historical classifications. In other words, from here on out, we're always going to have humans. Always. We can there will never be a population Homo sapien that is never a human. Do you agree with that according to evolution?
Exactly.
Do you agree that evolution, that's what's predicted by evolution?
Yeah, I mean, if it's predicted by evolution, that means we're all on the same page.
Okay, good, because evolution would say that no, we're not going to have somewhere down the line things turn into bacteria. You know, we're not going to be human bacteria or something. It's not going to happen.
Sure.
The other thing that you had some confusion on, you are using your own personal definition of macroevolution. In
no, it's
science,
not my personal definition. I think this is a definition that is shared by virtually all scientists who are creationists.
No, it's not. No,
and all
not.
scientists who are also
in biology. I'll tell you not.
Steve, I think the salient issue is that
let me get.
He hasn't identified where one starts or where one ends.
Right, because he doesn't. But he doesn't. Yes,
I think that's
Joe,
crucial.
but he hasn't.
Otherwise, he hasn't really rendered a criticism.
I agree with you, but unfortunately, if he's not using any real understandable way of knowing what he means by macro and micro, it really doesn't matter. It makes no difference because he's not understanding what they really are. So let me give him a brief definition of what they really are, and then you can ask him more about the line of demarcation. Is that fair? Okay, so what it is microevolution deals with the population genetics within a single species, single population. Okay, so if I want to say how are things changing, what is the genetic drift, what is the natural selection going on in a single generation? I'm just looking at an isolated population. That's microevolution.
So you are talking of isolated population
in a single
microevolution.
Yeah. So one population. All the mechanisms of evolution that lead to speciation, which is going to be genetic drift, gene flow, all the things we all learn. So those are the mechanisms, and if you look at one population or one species, that's micro. Now, macroevolution is dealing with more than one. All speciation events, whether it be allopatric, peripatric, sympatric, you name it, any kind of speciation event, which we have seen, those are observed. I can give you a dozen different types of speciations that have occurred that we have witnessed in real time. In fact, they can happen in a single generation. Those are macroevolution. So when I say that a species can actually form a new species, like polyploidy and whole genome duplication in plants, that is what is meant by macroevolution. This goes back to Joe's thing. If you have a single population as all these things like genetic drift and all those other things leading to more than one species with the same exact things, right? Because each species is going to have the same, well, they're not going to be exactly the same, but they're going to have the same mechanisms, right? What's the line of demarcation that prevents the mechanisms of evolution occurring in one from occurring from multiple ones? That's what Joe, I think, is that kind of what you're asking, Joe?
Excellent. You and Drag put it perfectly. I think that, Femi, in order for this to work for you, you have to identify the mechanism, the thing that's barring macroevolutionary change from ultimately accumulating in, I keep on saying macro instead of micro, from baby evolutionary change, microevolution, from ultimately growing into adult evolutionary change. What's barring that? I'm not sure.
Well, I think for you to really know what is barring that, you have to sort of identify with some of the tenets, of creation science.
But you're not a young creationist, though, right?
Say again?
You're in your book. You write you're not a younger creationist. You put the age of the Earth as old.
Yeah, but there are people who believe in old creation, and there are people who believe in young creation. Yeah, okay. We're all creationists.
Femi, what tenets do you think would help me out here? Because I've been trying to figure this out for how long? We've been at this for a bit. I've been trying to figure out what. Help me out here. What tenets in creationism?
Can I read to you from the book of Genesis?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's my favorite book.
Just give me 1 second.
I like Stranger in a Strange Land, but hey, to each his own.
In verse, let's see.
While you're looking for that, can I note something you might find interesting while you're looking for that?
Go ahead.
you know what? It depends what version of Bible you're using to whether you get kind or not. Do you know that the Greek Septuagint does not use the word kind? It actually uses the word in Latin, Greek is yavos, which is actually meaning genus or descendant. It wasn't until actually the more modern definitions was that word to change to kind, because it was not kind in the earlier manuscripts. It actually just meant family or descendants of a family. So when you say that the Bible is using the word kind, you're only talking about the more modern versions of the Bible, like the King James 1611.
Yeah, but the original version, I think, I'm not an expert in languages, but I understand that the original Hebrew rendering of kind is the word brahmin, and brahmin is roughly equivalent to kind. I just got the verse I was looking for. Genesis chapter 1 and verse 24, it says, and God said, let the earth bring forth the living creatures after his kind. Then he gave some examples, cattle and creeping thing and beasts of the earth after his kind. And it was so.
Yeah,
so
could that mean descendant though? Could that mean like literally like their offspring? For example, you would agree, I think everybody would agree that humans produce humans, right? You're never going to see, according to evolution, a human produce a chicken, right?
Yeah, precisely. So what evolutionists, what old age evolutionists are saying is this, that we all descended from one.
Time out, guys. Time out. I asked a question. I was super excited to hear the response to it.
Go ahead. We're still waiting for him to read.
Remember, what is explained through creation science?
Yeah, what is explained is that God created different kinds.
Oh, really quick. Let me elaborate on the issue. There is you are claiming there is a mechanism disallowing microevolution from ultimately accruing into macroevolution, and you are claiming that creation science explains what that mechanism is and how it works. So that's what I'm interested in hearing.
Yeah, precisely. And I also said that in all probability, the more we understand about the genetics of various kinds of animals, the more we will get to understand why there are these barriers that are placed in nature that stops, for instance, the cat kind descending into the dog kind or vice versa.
And that's what he's asking for. What is it about the genetics that? Okay, we do believe very strongly, because we have evidence for this, that things are produced from other things, right? Things do descend from other things. What Joe wants to know, and I think it's a great question, what is preventing, like for example, dogs? You believe dogs came from wolves, but what is preventing any other thing from happening the same way? That's you have wolf populations.
Well, to start with dogs. What have we observed as human beings? Have we observed, for instance, wolves descend? I think there's one Russian chap who has been breeding wolves for a number of generations, and he has been able to sort of produce offspring that are so tame that they actually could be, like dog pets. All
this is microevolution, right?
Right. So that kind of thing is microevolution, and it's acceptable, by most people. What we will not expect is that if this chap continues breeding these wolves for 1 million years or 10 million years or 100 million years or 1 billion years, that anything will change.
That's just repeating the same claim. You're saying we would expect to see microevolution, but we wouldn't expect to see macroevolution. I still haven't heard the reason why. And I thought you said that we have to look into creation science in order to understand why there's just a block between micro and macro.
Yeah,
okay.
That is what I'm saying, that is the way we were up.
He cut out for me. What did he say?
I don't know.
If he wanted, cats to morph into dogs and dogs to morph into rabbits. It could have done it that way. But all current observation, dare I say common sense, will suggest that that is not the way God set it up, that there are kinds themselves and they will demonstrate a variability within, and that is the same kind of thing that Michael Behe was alluding to in his book, The Edge of Evolution.
Hey, Femi, you cut out for me for a bit, so if you don't mind, I want to clarify. You're saying that this dividing line is a result of the designer's desires.
Exactly.
I see. And you say that this is what we would expect to see. It's actually common sense, correct?
Sure, yeah.
Earlier, I mentioned one of the issues, and which was I don't see how the designer, especially the god of theism, for example, wouldn't just make a process that does have microevolutionary change eventually accruing into macroevolutionary change. I'm not sure how are you able to like justify the claim that God wants this dividing line, or not even God. We can be less specific. We can use intelligent design. Why would a designer make it so we would see only microevolutionary change but not macro? Why exactly? I'm not sure. From the hypothesis that you can use God or a designer, from that hypothesis, why would we expect to see this dividing line? I don't see why we can't use that same hypothesis to say that macroevolutionary change can also arise. It doesn't seem like either prediction is inconsistent with the hypothesis, given the nature of the designer.
Well, the verse of the Bible I just read now makes it very clear that living creatures are produced from the land according to their kinds. And therefore, and so some examples were also given. So creatures that move along the ground, wild each according to its kind. So that is the way the designer, if you like, in my own case, the designer is the God of the Bible. That is the way he set it up. And that's the way it has always been. Now, we as human beings, of the sort of duties that he gave us when he created us in the Garden of Eden was to give names to the animals and all the living things and the plants. And that is what taxonomy is all about. So that is why I will have no quarrel whatsoever with modern taxonomy. I find it very helpful indeed.
Femi,
and obviously, yeah.
In that passage, does it explain there's no further division amongst these different classifications that God used? It says that that's it, nothing else.
There's no further division. It talks about Brahmin in the original Hebrew, and it talks about kind in most modern English versions of the Bible. And I expect most of the languages
this is cool.
will have the equivalent.
You're saying that because of this verse, we would not expect to see macroevolutionary change. If we do find evidence,
what I'm saying.
all the evidence
That is what I'm saying.
Yeah, if it all supports macroevolutionary change, you think that actually goes against your hypothesis. That would actually disconfirm the design hypothesis, or the more bold statement, the hypothesis that God is behind biology, right?
Yeah,
you think
certainly
that we couldn't explain biology.
If somebody were to show me evidence of macroevolution,
I can do that.
That
sure.
is not that conjectural,
I can show you actual non-conjecture, actual evidence of macroevolution. Matter of fact, the debate I had, is Wayne in here? I gave Wayne a link. Yeah, Wayne. I had a debate with Wayne it was quite some time ago, and the topic was on macroevolution. I not only to convince him using evidence that macroevolution is observed, he actually gave up young creationist and now is an older, a theistic evolutionist. So I know for a fact I can show you evidence if you're willing to actually be objective and look at what I show you.
Yeah, I know that you're going to, give examples of whale evolution, how parasitors became,
what was this? No, look at whales. I was going to actually
cytosis before you get to the common, because we get to the whale, and you're going to tell me that there's
no. Well, hang on. You can't tell me can't tell me what I was going to do because you're not psychic, So how about I provide you some of the evidence and then you try to evaluate it and pass judgment. I was not going to mention anything.
Go ahead.
There's a lot of different things I could actually bring up. I mean, the one I brought up actually
bring me your most powerful one.
I got an idea. Why don't, Femi, what do you think would be evidence of macroevolutionary change?
That's a good question. Before I give you that, I'd like to know that.
Well, let me tell you something. I have probably seen most of the examples that
you have not seen my examples. I don't think you have. Trust me.
Well, that's why I said most.
Don't worry about them. If they're unconvincing, don't worry about them. Tell us what would convince you.
If I had seen 99.9% and yours is the 0.01% I've not seen, then there you have it.
Well, answer those questions. What would you expect to see? If I say I can provide you evidence of macroevolution, which, by the way, I can, what would you expect that to entail?
Well, in the first place, if macroevolution had occurred in the past, obviously you're going to have to talk about the fossil record. And,
no, you don't. I can show you without even.
Can I just finish? And you're going to probably want to be able to show the gradualistic changes. That you could really see the smooth transition from one particular kind of animal to the other. Those changes are not present in the fossil record. The only thing you can do with the fossil record is to say, okay, this particular fossil has certain features, maybe an inner ear that is curved in one particular way, and this other fossil on this side also has an inner ear that is similar to that one. Therefore, that is just inference, which is not supported by evidence.
Right. So what if I tell you I can tell you right now macroevolution is supported without even bringing up a single fossil.
Okay, go ahead. Give me your best shot.
We have never found well, hang on. Well, before I do, I really think you should really kind of address more Joe's question, though. I mean, the problem I'm running into is if I give you evidence for something and you don't know how to evaluate the evidence properly, am I really giving you evidence? So I'm kind of trying to figure out what you think it really, what evolution, macroevolution even means, because macroevolution can happen in real time. It can happen in front of your eyes. Okay. Let me. Do you accept any kind of speciation? I mean, do you believe that species do change and become either through what's called cladogenesis, where you have a divergence of species, or through anagenesis, where you have one species linearly, like a linear change in morphology?
I talked about it in my book, and again, when we're talking of speciation, particularly the one that can in our lifespan. It usually ends up being examples of microevolutionary change.
Well, it can't. Remember
if I were to go back to the Galapagos again,
that's not speciation. That's adaptive radiation.
You do have some iguana land dwelling, and you have some iguanas that are sea dwelling. And of course, there's some changes that you can observe between the two. Maybe one set of iguanas have webs between their toes, and others that dwell on the land have it, and maybe they also have certain things that enable them to stay underwater for longer. But at the end of the day, they're still iguanas.
Right.
That is
and they're going to always be
macroevolution.
iguanas. Right. Macroevolution. Here's what it boils down to. And this is your confusion. This is what you had in your book that is awfully wrong. Evolutionary theory, right, does not allow for iguanas over billions of years to produce anything but iguanas. Period. Do you agree with that or
Okay.
not? Not in principle, but do you agree that evolution teaches that? Do you think
We're on the same page
allows-
with that.
Okay, so why is it in your book you make it sound like that's something against evolution? If evolutionary theory predicts that you have a population of iguanas, and then 50,000 years from now, 5 million years from now, you still have populations of iguanas.
Yeah.
Why is that a problem to evolution if that's what evolution predicts?
It's not a problem. You know, like I said in my book, there's a particular place in my book where turn over every rock, you will find examples of microevolution there. And definitely microevolution is something that we can observe in our lifetimes. And there are very many elegant examples of microevolution. One of the most beautiful ones being, you know, the changes that you observe in the cichlids in the Great Lakes. You will see, for instance, that, and I think I read a particular edition of the National Geographic, I think it was, where they talked about evolution in color. And they talked about cichlids that, you know, sort of live near the bottom of the lakes, being less colorful than cichlids that were, you know, on the surface of the lake. That is beautiful. That is a beautiful example of microevolution. But that is not macroevolution because the cichlids remain cichlids.
And I'm going to give you an example now of a macroevolutionary event. Are you familiar with sympatric speciation?
Yeah, I know about speciation, allopatric speciation, and so on.
Allopatric's one too, but I'm going to specifically go with that's the one I use with actually Wayne here with the Ensatina salamanders, because there's 19 different populations of the California Ensatina salamanders. That is macroevolution in action. These are individual populations.
Okay,
that have
what
some
happened?
hybridization.
Can you explain to me exactly what happened in that particular example you're giving?
Sure. There was in the mountain range where the Ensatina California salamander exists. There's a population that started from the north that migrated down either side. It's basically split in two, producing a geographical isolation between various populations that have been being produced over the years through each side of the mountainside. At the end of the ring, which a ring species is a type of allopatric speciation, at the end of the ring, when these species got back together again, they found that many of these populations were unable to reproduce with each other. Some of them were hybridization. They did have some hybrids, and some of them were called post-zygotic termination, where they were able to fertilize with each other, but it didn't come to fruition. It didn't come to term. But it doesn't really matter whether it came to term or not. If the sperm and the egg cannot combine, or if they do combine, it never actually goes more than a few weeks of gestation. For all practical purposes, the end result's the same. They are genetically isolated from each other, reproductively isolated from each other, right? In the case of the Ensatina salamander, what we're seeing is how one population diverged by going down two different sides of a geographical boundary, forming multiple species, which is what evolution predicts. Evolution predicts that speciation occurs by that method.
That is a brilliant example of microevolution.
Oh no,
they are still salamanders.
There will always be salamanders.
There will always be salamanders, precisely.
Right.
So what we're saying, and I think we're on the same. In that,
Steve, this is why I asked. We need to define what he thinks macroevolution is, because I'm really confused on this point.
That's what I tried to do at the very beginning, but it got shot down. But let me address this very clearly. That is not microevolution. Microevolution is defined as a single population. We're looking at the mechanisms in a single population. How does this allelic frequency change in a population? What's happening with it, right? You do agree that the definition of evolution agrees with this now, is a change of allelic frequency or heritable traits in a given population of species over time from one generation to the next generation. In a single population, when we look at things like adaptation by natural selection, when we look at genetic drift, when we look at migration or gene flow, these are the things that are affecting the genes in a single population. As soon as you start diverging, you now have two different populations. You no longer have a single. You're no longer in microevolution. You are now in macroevolution.
Yeah, and that is allowed. That is allowed in nature. Like I said.
Yeah, and that's allowed in evolutionary theory too. But the point being is you now have 19 different populations of Encetina salamanders, right? The different species of it, and evolutionary theory predicts they will always be salamanders. But when you say something like, well, yeah, but they never stop being salamanders, no, of course they would never stop being salamanders. Evolution won't allow them to be anything but salamanders. I mean, there's other things they could be more specific, but there'll always be a type of salamander in perpetuity.
Okay, let me take you up on this example now. You have said that salamanders found themselves on different sides of a valley or a mountain range or whatever, and over time they became genetically isolated, so that when you now bring the two populations together, they could not crossbreed anymore.
Well, there's 19 of them. Some of them could have hybridization. There was some breeding of some populations.
Okay, so now that is still in my book, microevolutionary change. I realize that the way evolutionists tend to define microevolution is probably a little bit different from the way we in the creationist movement define it. But if you see a salamander, if you show that the salamander in group A to a salamander in group B, if you showed it to a 5-year-old, they would still tell you that they are salamanders.
Yes, and let me ask you, if macroevolution existed, what would you expect them to be other than salamanders?
Yeah, you see the point that the evolutionists make is that macroevolution, in which you are now having gross changes in body plans and body patterns, is microevolution over a long period of time.
I don't understand this appeal. I don't understand this appeal to common sense, because common sense tells me that the Earth is flat. Right?
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. I mean, I don't see a curve in front of me. I use
other. If you are in a boat, I mean, the farthest you can see in the horizon is just about I believe it's about 7 miles or so.
Yeah, that's
so that should tell
you. It also tells me that the Earth doesn't rotate. I'm not moving around. I'm just sitting here.
In other words, common sense isn't very reliable.
Stars move around us, not we move around, not that we spin.
I mean, the point I'm making is that we use science in order to get around the potential pitfalls of common sense, right?
Exactly.
And so I just don't see. I mean, this appeal to common sense. It's certainly something you can appeal to, but you got to have more, right? And the more that I've heard, the more that I've heard is you think that God didn't want macroevolution to occur. You don't disagree with me that God could have allowed microevolution to eventually become macroevolution, but you think that this in Genesis God explains that only microevolution occurs. But earlier, you were concerned over the different language being used. You felt that kind could go as far as family. But it sounds to me, when I read the passage, the Genesis passage, that kind could go all the way up to phyla, you can argue.
Certainly not.
How about domain?
But I mean, the thing...
You're pushing your luck there. Let me just address this issue of
really quick. Let me just finish. The thing with that, though, Femi, is that that's often what's considered macroevolution. You don't get changes that reach all the way up to, I guess, phyla, especially, that aren't consistent with the processes we see in macroevolutionary change. It just seems like there's still, at the very least, there's nothing being identified that bars macroevolution from microevolution, and I'm not even sure where that dividing line is now. None of that has been clarified for me.
Well, you see, the thing is this. It's obvious, from scripture that is the way the creationists wanted it.
No,
and
it's not,
also
though,
from our own observation.
You weren't even sure if kinds could go all the way up to family earlier.
You were very vague on that.
I did say that kinds can go. Usually, I will stop at the level of genus, but conceivably, in some instances, because obviously there's quite a large variety of organisms all over the world, and don't forget that our human classification is just that. It's just human. It's our attempt, to make sense of the variety of species that we have. So therefore, there's nothing ironclad in our classification of families and genuses.
I don't understand why you can't say that about kind, though. It's us trying to make sense of this concept of kind. It suffers from the same problem. Then.
Yeah, it suffers from the same problem to an extent. That's why we're able to concede that, okay, kind can go all the way back to family, but not beyond that.
That's arbitrary.
But I want to believe that.
That's arbitrary, though.
No, it's not arbitrary. I did give you some examples, and I think those examples are, very instructive.
I've got one quick question then. So, is a penguin a fish or a bird?
A penguin. Well, to be honest, I'm not 100% familiar with the taxonomic classification of penguins. What you can see, obviously, is that they have some features that make them bird-like, and they have some features that enable them to have an aquatic.
I think I'm starting to understand the problem.
So I'll probably say that penguins, a variety of.
So in your taxonomic level, you don't even know if penguins are birds or not.
Yeah, they're probably birds.
They're probably birds.
Yeah.
What characteristics do they have about it to make them, you think, would be questionable whether they're birds or not? I mean, if I say is it a penguin kind or is it a bird kind?
It's a bird kind.
Bird kind. Okay. What is it about the bird kind that we can look at and say, do I stick penguins in that kind or not?
Yeah, those are helicopter ring.
Peaks.
But before you answer that, go ahead. But you can answer.
Did you get me? Feathers, for instance, wings, beaks, claws. You look at this obvious thing, and you know that this is probably belonging to the bird kind.
Why those? What about flight? Is flight required to be a bird?
Not necessarily.
According to the Bible,
they are flightless birds, and
right, but
chickens.
the Bible says birds, but don't
birds
birds
fly.
Yeah, birds fly in the Bible.
Not all birds fly. They are flightless cormorants.
Well, you know this now, but they didn't know that during the biblical days, I doubt.
No, they probably did. Yeah. Why do you say they didn't know that? They probably created.
And by the way, they don't really have wings. You know, penguins don't really have wings. They're actually flippers.
What do they have?
Flippers.
Well, okay, flippers.
They're aquatic. They're aquatic birds.
But you have to know also, let me just mention here quickly that there are some animals that you call chimeromorphic. I'm sure you're aware of that term.
Platypus, for instance.
Yeah, yes, if you take the duck-billed platypus, for instance.
Yes, the monotremes are
chimeromorph.
Chimeromorphs.
It has features of birds, features of mammals.
Nature can be explained throughout its lineage. We can actually look at the monotremes and go back through the phylogeny and see where they came from. There's nothing mysterious about the duck-billed platypus. I mean, yeah, they're odd-looking, but they're actually, if you break down each part of what they have, even from their beak to the bill to their little hook that they got, the little barb thing. You ever know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, anyways, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I can't think of the name of it. It has a technical name. But anyways, we can actually look at the phylogeny for that. But I think it still boils down to the same question I never got answered, and I think Drews and Joe and other people are asking it too. But again, what would we expect to see if macroevolution is true when it came to anything? Pick one. I'll just go back to the entity and the salamander.
No, Steve,
you have talked about.
Can we go back a step and say, what do you think macroevolution is, Femi? Because this is what I still don't understand.
He already said. He already gave his definition. You explained here. Yeah, that's what
Sorry,
he explained. He said macroevolution is what he thinks happens in the Bible. Supposedly, what the Bible says can't happen.
So when you talk of macroevolution, is one kind changing into the other.
Right, which is not
so for instance, if I were to use this this classification in front of me, the brown bear at the family level is classified as an Ursidae. The house cat is classified as Felidae. The dog is Canidae. The killer whale is Delphinidae. And these are various kinds. Obviously, at that level, there are various kinds. And you do not expect that a brown bear can sort of, over millions of years, sort of share a common ancestor with a house cat, which is a totally different kind. This is what I mean by kind.
Again, if the actual version of macroevolution that every scientist in biology goes by, okay, not a creationist biologist, but an actual biologist that actually uses these terms properly, what would you expect if I said, look at macroevolution as far as speciation occurring? Again, what would you expect to have happened? Would you expect populations of salamanders over millions of years, according to the model, to produce things that are not salamanders anymore? Would that be allowed in evolutionary theory?
That is exactly what the evolutionary theory is trying to, sell.
No, that is your misconception right there. That is where you jump the shark, and that's where you don't realize it in your book. Evolution does not allow from that. That is not what evolutionary theory teaches in any way, shape, or form, and you will never find a single publication of any kind of scientific reference or textbook that says that or implies that in any way, shape, or form. And I guarantee you haven't found any.
Let me tell you what Dawkins says in his book, and I'm not at all saying that Dawkins is the be-all and end-all of evolution theory, but to the extent that he speaks to some extent for
I read the passages in your book. You're gonna be talking about he's talking about common ancestry between
exactly
rabbits and leopards, right?
Exactly. So
okay,
that's what evolution theory is trying to tell us.
Well, no, but you can't.
We all have a common ancestor at some point, there was then a divergence. Maybe some kind of speciation went to place.
This is where your confusion is. Dawkins is not saying that over a period of time, a rabbit will become a leopard or a population, right? He's not saying that you have a population. He's saying that there's a population that is neither rabbit nor a leopard. That over time will have divergence, and over many, many, many different types of speciation events will eventually become, the leopard and the rabbit. They're mammals, right? So they have to share a common mammalian ancestor. Okay, just like us and chimps, right? I think, for example, humans and troglodytes. Our common ancestor. You know what our common ancestor is called?
You tell me.
Pan-prior. It's called Pan-prior. Okay.
Called what?
There's a Pan-prior.
Well, I don't believe we have a common ancestor with chimps. That's for sure.
Well, we've actually found some. There's a common ancestor between humans and all members of Homoidea, okay, which is the ape family. There's a ancestor called Paralopithecus catalonicus, which was discovered in Spain, which was predicted to have lived about 12 to 13 million years ago, which was the common ancestor to orangutans, bonobos, chimpanzees, gorillas. Guess what? They predicted it, and they found it. They said, "This is what."
Yeah, you found a set of dead bones.
Right. That
and you sort of came to the conclusion that this is where it fits in your model. So you already have, a conception.
Well,
that,
hang on.
There's a common ancestor.
We're jumping ahead.
In Dawkins' book, for instance, he made a lot of hay about a type of fish called tiktaalik.
Yeah, well, yeah. It's just was found in Nova Scotia, which was
he more or less said, "Oh, this tiktaalik had been predicted to occur, and they found the bones, and this is probably, you know, our mammalian ancestor. That is a fish that emerged from the seas and all that.
It's a tetrapod. Okay, it's not.
Yes.
Yeah, but the story on Tiktaalik was actually Neil Shubin. What they did was they said, okay, we want to find a tetrapod that has these things, these specific features, right? And they knew, going back in the phylogenetic tree, this is going to happen around 375 million years ago. So they said, where in the geological strata would we find this type of creature, that having this unique set of characteristics? Where are we going to find it at? And they determined it would find it somewhere in Nova Scotia. They found hundreds of these things, if not thousands, probably. They had a lot of them, right? It wasn't just one fish, but they knew exactly what it looked, and they found, okay, this particular Tiktaalik fossil shared common ancestral traits that you could easily tell were in common with other types of fish and other types of tetrapods. Okay, going from water-based to land-based, right? So that's the story on that. But the whole misconception you're not seeming to realize is that you think evolution allows something it doesn't.
I think evolution does what?
You would think evolution allows for something it doesn't allow for. There's something called Meyer's law of monophyly. And what the law of monophyly states is that things from a taxon level always produce things in that taxon level. So if you have a bear population, then a million years from now, that's going to be producing bear populations. Now, there'll be a more specific type of bear population. They might even have a whole new taxon level or subspecies. But they're always going to be bears, just like we are still eukaryotics.
You seem to be talking at cross purposes, if I may say so. On the one hand, you are telling me that man and bonobo monkeys and chimps and so on, we all had a common ancestor.
Correct.
And that this common ancestor has been found.
Yes. Well, not for humans.
What that would suggest to me is that one day this common ancestor, however how many million years ago, gave birth to certain offspring, and this offspring, you know, were different in certain ways, which may not, you know, have been immediately obvious, but obviously the changes were already in the offspring.
That's not what the model predicts.
Can I just finish?
Go ahead, Femi.
Therefore, one of the offspring now, you know, goes on to become Homo sapiens, and the other lineage of offspring goes on to become apes or bonobos or chimpanzees or what have you. That is what you're saying, that you have a common ancestor.
Do you guys
there has to be a point in time when the offspring diverge.
First of all, you know, it does not work that way. That's not how it works. A population diverges. A population is a collection of individual organisms, not a brother and sister, and one brother becomes human, and then as a population that eventually become human, and another one, another brother becomes chimpanzees. That's not what they mean by divergence, right?
Well, you need to read Dawkins' books, because
I read some of Dawkins.
I
but I'm telling you how it is.
What he says
read Dawkins. Don't look to Dawkins.
I'm not a big fan of Dawkins to begin with.
Yeah.
I'm not a big fan of Dawkins.
No one read Dawkins. He hasn't been involved in current evolutionary biology.
I can actually tell you what's being taught in the schools now. I just recently passed a class that actually teaches all this stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. The thing about it is, Steve, I just wanted to clarify, because it's been cutting in and out for me. You're explaining that evolutionary change is something that happens to the population. Individuals are, their natural selection acts upon the variation in the individuals of a population. But change is something that operates on a population. So you're not going to see an individual give birth to a completely different species. You're going to see one population, right? You're going to see one population go from generation with different traits being, I guess, selected for, that becoming more and more prominent in later generations. So much so that whatever concept you think of, kind, species, there's so much difference between the ancestral population and the current population that they're two distinct groups. It would make more sense to describe these two groups in terms of being either different species or different kinds. That's
Absolutely.
the idea, right?
Yes.
And,
yes, spot on.
And it seems to me like,
finally,
look, hey, I don't see why this is still an issue. Femi, you sound like you have a background in medicine, right?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, I mean, you can appreciate how macroevolution informs, flu shots, that kind of thing, getting colds. We constantly have to have an arms race between the way we treat infectious diseases or things like the flu, that kind of thing, common cold, and the treatment that we give, because you're constantly seeing more and more resistance to such treatments, right?
Yeah, all those are micro.
This is what you would describe as microevolution.
Exactly.
Now,
yes.
Your concern is that it just cannot be at a macro level. You're fine with the age of the Earth. You're fine with the concept of kind being the equivalent all the way up to family, but
sure.
Even though we are in a family of apes.
Yeah, we didn't get there, but I was going to get there too, Nestle. I mean, it's like we are by definition apes. So what would differentiate between us, a human kind, and an ape kind when we have all the same criteria as an ape?
Yeah, but
we are apes.
I'm actually not seeing any disagreement. It's just a disagreement in language. He wants to call things kind that we'll call family or order. Like I think Femi, it sounds like you actually agree that there's macro.
Still has conceptual errors about the whole.
No, I don't. If you are looking at the ape and the human, I'm not too 100% familiar with the taxonomy of apes.
I am.
Up to the level of the family, for instance. What are they called at the level of the family?
Hominoidea.
Hominoidea. Hominoidea.
Yeah, hominoidea.
Hominidia.
No, hominoidea. It means ape.
Hominoidea.
It's the lesser apes and greater apes together.
Yeah. Family, you're going to get.
I think it's a family, actually.
And human beings also called hominoidea.
We're in that family, yeah.
Yes.
We're in the same family as the other apes.
Well, I can tell you that the human kind is certainly not the same as the ape kind.
Yeah, we are in the ape kind, quote unquote.
Yeah, we are same as the ape.
We certainly are not.
But again, you guys,
this is again
language. This is
again something I have to talk about. That another conception of evolution theory is that
I give you an important clue. The law of monophily.
I explained that to him earlier.
All right.
Yeah.
Like it sounds like he would agree with all this stuff, though. He just doesn't agree with describing it as. I mean, it sounds like it's super big, super microevolution. Because the time is there.
Certainly, let me be clear that human beings and apes are not the same kind.
Well, here's what they are. Okay, you keep on saying that they're not, but you need to give us a reason why they're not. Okay, there's two types of ape families in apes. Okay, Hominoidea has two types of things. There's Hominidae and Hypopotidae. Okay, and that's the lesser ape and the greater ape. We fall under the greater apes, which is the gorillas, chimps, bonobos. Those. Okay.
Orangutans, yes.
So, what is it about the level of Hominidae that we fall into, meaning the great apes, that a chimpanzee does not fall into, or vice versa? Why is that member of Hominidae and we aren't? Can you give me something? If you're an alien from another planet and you came down and you wanted to give a distinction between humans and chimpanzees, besides the genetic level, because we literally are 98% similar to chimpanzees. Right. So besides the genetic 2% difference, what morphologically or with homologies are we different than chimpanzees or any other great ape?
Well, there are several obvious differences.
Okay, sure, go for it.
First of all, if you look at the distribution of hair, it's totally different in the two kinds of animals.
We have to say we have the
size
same
and shape. The size and shape of the skull, for instance.
we have the same number of hair follicles on the skin.
Yeah, where are you getting that the density of hair is different?
Well, hold on, time out. We divide up these groups, at least when we talk about the taxonomic grouping used in science, we divide them up by looking at derived characteristics. There are derived characteristics that we see in apes that we don't see in the rest of the primates that make us divide, make a distinction. Same with characteristics in humans. So
sure. I agree with that.
Was there an agreement that it was hair that that we should focus on? You guys should.
I'm just beginning to list some of the differences, and like I said, the differences are just tear us in the face.
But we all have hair. We're all mammals. It's not. That's
we
not
all
a
have
derived
mammals,
characteristic.
just like rabbits have hair as well. Doesn't make us rabbits.
The way we're talking about
rabbits are mammals.
We are mammals.
Yeah, they're mammals. But rabbits and human beings are different. They're not the same. They're not the same kind.
Have you heard of the term cladistics?
So what?
Have you ever heard the term cladistics?
We don't have to get into that too much. I think the issue is that
we actually have when we are talking about kinds.
I think it's important to actually. I think it's important because that's
but at the very beginning, he mentioned that one of the ways you can differentiate kinds is by morphology. So it seems to me like he already has an idea that there are different morphological features we can use to group these organisms. Those features, I imagine, are akin to what we're calling as derived features, derived characteristics.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Do you think that, I mean, clearly an ancestral trait is having fur. You want to say that there are traits possessed by humans that distinguish us from those traits possessed by other primates, so much so that you don't even think we should be a part of the same
kind, family.
What are those traits?
Yeah, I was just talking about the morphological traits, differences in the size and shape of the skull, for instance, dentition, the shape of the vertebrae, the fact that shape of the pelvis, the length of the arm to leg ratio, etc., etc. There's so many of them.
Dentition and
don't forget that when it now comes to what we as human beings can do, what apes can do, there's a gulf that is totally impossible.
You talk about derived traits, right? But do you realize that and this is something that is actually in your book that I wanted to get to at some point with Drosophila, because you're talking about the antenna and the legs, and I wanted to get to that. But when you talk about derived traits, because we do traits with all members of the great apes, sometimes there's atavisms and things that come into play where these things show up. For example, you're talking about the hair. Okay, well, have you ever heard of hypertrichinosis? Where in humans, the werewolf condition, right?
And you are trying to suggest that this is because we share a common ancestor.
It is because it's on the genetic level. We can look at the genes and see a commonality. Matter of fact, one of the big issues that we like to talk about in this community is the human chromosome number 2, because it is a definitive fusion between two ancestral genes, primate genes, 2A and 2B. And if you
it is not. You keep saying that, but that is totally wrong.
Definitive.
It's not definitive at all.
Well,
let me tell you why it's not definitive.
Okay, but what certainly somebody could look at, without question, is the synteny between 2A and 2B and human chromosome number 2. Could you not look at these two chromosomes and the human chromosome number 2? Would you not say that the synteny is somewhere around 99%? It's really ridiculously high. Really? You want to see the synteny? Okay, so if I show you this,
I know that that is one argument that evolutionists have always used to say, "Oh,
it's not evolutionist,
chromosome number 2."
Don't even the last.
The apes have chromosome 2A and 2B, and ours is the fusion.
So
maybe because they saw telomeres and centromeres, and they see some kind of evidence that there appears to be a fusion. But
Oh,
that
it doesn't
is
appear
certainly not true.
Well,
And
it
the
is
reason,
true.
the reason is very simple. The reason is very simple. If you look at chromosome 2A and 2B in the apes, you will see that they have all the necessary parts for a complete chromosome, which is they have a centromere, they have a telomere, and then of course they are divided into two sort of halves by the centromere. Yes. Now, if you look at chromosome 2 in the humans, you will see that it has only one centromere, and what you are now saying is
I can give you the paper. Hang on.
Two telomeres come together.
I can show you the paper.
It's not the same thing
I can
as
show you.
Two chromosomes
together. Hang on. I can show
if you look at the number of base pairs that are in the two chromosomes of the chains.
Femi,
can
you
I
have
just
to take
finish?
A pause. Yeah, but you're throwing all these things out there and you're not listening to the explanations. We have found the second inactive cryptic centromere. We found the alpha sequence exactly at the location is predicted. I believe it's 23.1 on the QR. Okay, we know where the cryptic centromere is. There's no question about it. You can actually go to yourself and you can go to the genetic databases and look at the alpha sequence and see the cryptic centromere. You also can look at 13.1 and you can actually see the fusion site of the two telomeres from one head-to-head arrangement. You can actually see this with your own eyes.
And more than that, we can also see that all the other chromosomes are homologous as well.
But here's the big thing.
No, all the chromosomes are not homologous. This is the point I was
they
trying
are
to
homologous. They are homologous.
Oh, absolutely, they're homologous.
Can I just finish?
Absolutely.
If you look at the number of nucleotides in the ape chromosome 2A and 2B, as you have opted to name them, the total number of nucleotides far exceed the number of nucleotides in the human chromosome. In other words, if you are going to add if you are trying to suggest that our chromosome 2 is a fusion of those two chromosomes, you would have expected that the number of nucleotides will
they're not exactly
be a summation.
No.
Why they're not exactly the same?
You have far more nucleotides in the ape chromosome.
Femi, but why is that? There's a reason for that. Do you know how a fusion takes place?
There are at least 150,000 additional base pairs in human chromosome 2.
It's called unequal crossing over. It's called unequal crossing over. When the two chromosomes fused, the parts of the ends got lost, and that is why. And that is how it's not. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Finish, please finish.
I was finished.
Oh, yeah, what he's saying is exactly correct. There is, if you look at the fusion, there's a small region that is missing near the telomere, just after, I believe it's just after the subtelomere region. It was lost. That's completely irrelevant to the fact that if you look at the synteny, it is obvious 2A and 2B line up both on the G banding and the actual genes, right? The synteny of the genes line up perfectly. It's like 90, literally 90, what is it, Nestle? 98, 99%?
Sorry?
That.
Can I ask one very quick question? Because this is very much in line and on topic with what we're going. Femi, do you believe that DNA can show parentage of a child?
Yeah, obviously, yes, it can.
Fine. That was the end of my question. Thank you.
Okay, so the whole fusion thing, show you the telomere, the sequences at the fusion site. Would you be able to recognize a fusion if you saw it?
Well, obviously, I'm not a geneticist, but I can imagine that
it's not that complicated stuff. I'm not sharpshooting. I'm asking you, a telomeric repeat is TTA-GGG. That is the nucleotide sequence. Do you agree with that for a human? A bunch of TTA-GGGs, right? Over and over, repeated over and over again. It's likely that that's going to probably be a telomere or subtelomere. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I will agree.
Okay. Now,
I'm not arguing that there's end-to-end telomere, sort of junction in human chromosome 2. What I'm arguing is that
good.
It is not necessary. You cannot from that deduce that it is a fusion of chimp chromosomes 2A and 2B.
Nestle, can you pull up the G banding?
I think on pages, I actually devoted a lot of time to this argument in my book.
No worries. Nestle, can you bring up the
from
G-banding?
pages, starting from pages 131 to 135 of my book, it's all devoted to chromosome 2.
Okay.
So you will see the arguments that you have adduced for a fusion event, and the argument that we have adduced for a non-fusion event.
Okay, well let's look at this. Yes, look at the G-band.
You cannot deduce from that somehow we descended from the apes.
The evidence. Nestle, will you pull up the G-banding of 2A, 2B, and human chromosome 12? Do you have that available? We can get into.
So you want me to pull it up?
Yes, I have a very good picture of it that summarizes.
Okay, so this is the G-banding of human chromosome number 2, okay, and 2A and 2B. Those black lines and light lines, places of
Am I supposed to be able to see what you're talking about?
Oh, you're not on a computer, or you're on a phone?
I'm on a computer, but what do you want me to do?
If you click on Nestle's icon, that will then full screen it for you within the window. And you'll be able to see very clearly.
Which icon is that? Okay, Nestle. I see what you're talking about now.
Yeah. Okay. So these bands generally mean that there's a nucleotide sequence there, TA and CG. TA is generally, I think, I'm always screwing this up, and I'm always willing for perpetuity, but I think GA gets darker. GC gets lighter. Is that right, Nestle? I always forget the G-Mesa banding.
I don't know.
I never worked
specific.
So. Yeah. But long story short, if you have a certain number of repeats, the TAs, they're going to have a color, and then certain numbers of C and Gs, they're going to have a color. So these bands represent the average of the nucleotide sequencing. So if you look at the G banding, do you not see a similarity between 2B and 2A and human chromosome 2? I mean, do you not agree that they're damn similar, if not almost identical?
Well, look.
And each of those genes are actually the genes that do something.
They look similar. You see. I said at the
they don't just look similar. They are the same thing.
Genes, like whatever. It's like
they are not. They cannot be the same thing because they are.
Yes, they are the same thing. They are the same.
Can I just finish?
No. You are wrong, because that's why I won't let you finish. The chromosomes have the same genes on the same location. Sometimes they are. Sometimes they are reversed, like they have reversal events, or something called inversions.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying is that there are still very obvious differences between those.
Okay, what's the difference between those two genes? Okay, what's the difference between those two?
That's almost 98% the same.
The human chromosome 2 has 150,000 extra nucleotides.
No, we already explained that. Some of the information was lost. That's already we already granted that.
And I have the picture.
How do you know that some of the information is lost?
Because that's how
what?
A Robertsonian transition.
You can sequence them.
Robertsonian translocation. That's how the fragments, some of the fragments got lost.
Yes, this is
how do you know that?
Sorry,
it's called Robertsonian translocation.
Have we ever tested that and observed that under laboratory conditions?
And other things. There's a family living in Finland right now.
We could potentially find you citations for that, Femi, to say that
let me explain to this. There's a family
can happen.
There's a family right now living in Finland that all of them have, well, I think 9 generations, all have Robertsonian translocations. Okay, they have 44 chromosomes, unlike the normal diploid 46. They all have Robertsonian translocation. They have no health risk associated with it. They're doing fine. Certain types
and you think that is evidence of common descent?
No. We're not going to common sense. This is evidence of a fusion to show that we have living in our times today people with a very similar fusion. Okay, there's a man right now living in China.
In my book also, I talked about fusion events and how they generally impact on health. If, for instance, we're talking of fusion events, probably one of the commonest types of fusion events you can talk about is the one you see in trisomy.
Yes, but
21,
trisomy is an extra chromosome. That's not a fusion event.
Yeah, it's a different thing.
Trisomy leads to problems.
That's almost
right.
the
Nobody's
opposite.
claiming that
Because that's
it's not a
syndrome.
chromosome. Yeah, that's two different things. Yeah, completely different. Nobody's saying trisomy is going to be a Robertsonian well, it can't be a translocation, I guess, right? But
so if
it doesn't have health risk.
And then I looked, and then one of the other things I argued was, okay, if you're saying that we have a common ancestor who was maybe a Lucy, one of these Afarensis apes from East
Hang
Africa.
on, you're jumping shark here. You're changing the topic now that we're explaining to you chromosome 2.
No, let me listen to where I'm going. If we are arguing that the human chromosome 2 is as a result of a fusion event in some ancestor,
okay,
then the fusion event had to have occurred at some point in history. Are we all on the same page?
Yes, and what time period do you think that was?
In the first place, I don't agree that the fusion event occurred. But what I'm saying is,
right,
if it did occur,
but we know it did.
The product of that kind of conception will be stillborn. Definitely.
Okay, no. First of all, it's completely wrong. Second of all, did you read the initial study? Did you read the paper before you wrote your book? Did you read the paper explaining using fish data that they concluded that this was definitely a fusion? Did you read that paper? I believe it was 2009. Was it Casca? Who wrote that paper? Does anybody remember? I think it was 2009.
No, I didn't read the original paper.
Okay, she didn't read paper. So
maybe you can give me the reference.
I can put it in the live feed or the side chat for you. Yeah, 1 second. But the point being,
was very angry looking Steve here.
This happened within the last 3 million years at the most. I think that was the upper bound. Okay, so as well after we diverged from chimps, right? Well after. But you said that this kind of translocation would cause health risk. Well, why is it we have this stillbirth? Which in some types it can, but why is that necessity when we have instances of people, for example, that 44 chromosomal man, he can have regular offspring. It is possible, and the family in Finland that has 44 chromosomes, they have normal children. They're not all dying out.
I will need to get that. If you can be kind enough to send me a URL that will talk about that particular family you're talking about.
Yeah, I can do that for you.
I will need to look at that. I'm sure that there's probably a perfectly, reasonable explanation.
Here's the actual paper on the human chromosome 2. Now, all we have to do is actually just look at the evidence. I mean, this is where I part ways considerably with the methodology that creationists like to use. And no offense for me. We look at the evidence here. We don't have a preconceived notion that it came from the Bible. We don't have a preconceived notion that it didn't come from the Bible. We look at the evidence. Netflix pointed out to you, he showed you the banding between 2A and 2B and human chromosome number 2. The banding is identical, except for the fusion site area. It's identical. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. Those are the same genes. If you look at the gene location, if I say, hey, what gene is on human chromosome number 2? Let's just pick one at random. I'm gonna have to tab out here. So 1 second. Let's see here. Shoot, where did my Offberg go? Oh well. If you, anybody know the name of, one of the names of the genes on human chromosome number 2? Because I closed my window and I didn't mean to. Let's say FOX2 gene or something. So if you look at the location of the FOX2 on human chromosome number 2, and you look at it on the chimp chromosome, it's in the same place. That's centeny. How do you explain that?
For hundreds of genes, the same thing.
A creation event will also explain the same thing.
No, because a creator doesn't need to have...
Has it occurred to you that it's possible that the creator wanted it done? It doesn't have to be that way.
That's an ad hoc explanation.
That's your explanation. That, because there are these similarities in chromosome 2. And don't forget that as you have similarities, you also have differences. They're not completely identical.
I guess what there are more.
A certain portion of the fused genes were lost. That's your explanation.
Femi, there are more differences between gorillas and chimps than there are between us and chimps.
Yeah.
Okay, you know what? Can I just say something as a doctor? If you needed a liver transplant, and I always say this to people who insist that, oh, we are so similar to the apes that we could interchange
what
everything.
Percentage do you think we are? What percentage do you think we are?
Would you opt to have the liver of an ape transplanted into you?
Yes.
Of course,
yes, we can. Yes, we can.
Yeah, we could. The reason is a bioethical concern more than anything else. Why we don't have
apes. It
apes.
would be rejected out of hand.
Wait, you're a doctor, right?
Way, even if you took just the cornea, can I just finish? I'm an ophthalmologist. Even if you just took the cornea, which is supposed to be free of blood vessels and all that, you couldn't transplant an ape cornea into a human being. It would be rejected.
You can, because humans are apes.
Yes. Okay. I don't know where you're getting that from.
But it wouldn't work. It would be rejected.
Humans are. If you transplanted a human liver into another human, that would be an ape liver, because humans are apes.
Okay, listen. But
it wouldn't work. It would be rejected out of hand. Otherwise, if that
humans,
was the case,
humans are apes. If you are transplanting a human liver, that would be an ape liver, because a human is an ape.
Okay, hang on, Femi. Femi, hang on. Time out. Do you realize there's two main concerns of why we don't do transplants with other humans? Or excuse me, other apes. One is bioethical concern. Okay, and two, because of viral contamination, right? We have a concern that we might be able to pick up things from them. I mean, that's just like the AIDS virus or something like that. We are concerned of cross species of something going from one species to another virally. But we've had pigs valves for ages, right? We can actually take a baboon heart and put it in a human, if I'm not mistaken, but we don't. We use pigs instead. Okay, because they're all mammals, and so with the right kind of anti-rejection, we could do that. Okay, but there's more of an
it wouldn't work. That's what you call.
We have done it.
No, wait. Let me just finish. That's what you call xenography. To a certain extent, if it is tissue that is maybe dead, like maybe we can use pig insulin and treat diabetes in humans with it. That is what you call bovine insulin. That works. Because of the major histocompatibility.
Small correction. Bovine insulin is cow insulin, not pig insulin.
I'm sorry, I mean cow insulin. You can also use pig insulin, by the way. But what I'm trying to say is that you cannot transplant. That's what you call xenography, and xenography doesn't work. Even among humans, we are so divergent that if you are going to get a transplant that will work, let's say a liver transplant or a kidney transplant, you are always advised to use a transplant from a very close relative because of the major histocompatibility antigen differences. Now, obviously, you cannot successfully transplant if you have such difficulty among humans. Talk more, the differences you will have with apes. So I always laugh when people say, "Oh, we are so similar to the apes. 99% of our genes are identical. Look at chromosome 2." I said, "Well, then take a liver from an ape and transplant it to somebody. It will work."
Femi, can I ask a quick question? Hold on a second, Leslie. Very quick question. When you do a transplant from human to human, do you use immune suppressants to allow it to actually graft properly into the human body and allow the immune system to cope up with what it considers to be a foreign body now within after the transplant?
Correct.
You certainly do. You do.
All right, Femi, I gotta ask you this.
I've just posted in the side link studies being done. It's a cited peer-reviewed document that is talking about the immunological barriers and preclinical results of animal tissue being transplanted into humans from primates.
Yeah, exactly. And this is what I want to go to. Femi, do you know that?
And what does the paper say?
Femi, do you know there has been a chimp heart transplant to a human? Do you know that has taken place?
It took place and it failed.
Yeah, but it took place. Now, it did get rejected.
It took place and it failed.
But it did get rejected. Okay.
Of course,
and it's not like some human transplanted to human failed, right?
Yeah, I mean things do fail. Things have failed, but there's nothing in that study that indicates that that they can never happen, right? They're not saying that it's impossible to have a chimpanzee donation heart donor. It can't work.
You can try it, but it won't work, and that is because of the differences that we have.
That's something you would have to actually write a paper and show that it can never work.
You know, I was.
Femi, are you aware?
There was a lawyer.
Femi, are you?
There was a lawyer in America of recent. I don't know whether you guys saw the story in the papers. He went to court to sort of appeal for personage rights to be granted to apes.
Yeah.
And I just couldn't stop laughing because the difference between us and the apes goes beyond even
well, that's not true,
the
but
physical differences. It goes beyond genetic differences.
Might have computer problems because if she came, if you saying something we didn't hear.
This is one of the things I addressed in my book.
Femi, what do you think? In your expertise, how similar genetically are humans to chimpanzees? Can you give me a value?
It's difficult to place a value on it, and I'll tell you why.
Oh, come on!
Let me tell you why.
I mean, just give me a number. What you think? What do you if I said what is the genetic similarity of all humans? You would probably estimate about 99%, right? Maybe greater. Of all humans are 99% genetically the same. Would you agree with that?
Above, yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So what would you say the genetic similarity is between humans and apes using the same criteria? It should be humans and chimps.
Well, let me ask you, what criteria are you using? Are you counting
the same criteria?
The coding aspects of the genome alone, or the non-coding aspects of the genome?
We're going to start, let's stick with the coding region. And
are you taking into consideration as well, or are you just looking at the order, or are you just looking at the contents?
The same conditions, right? The same conditions. So, I don't want to get the technical specificities of using indels or anything like that, or unparameterized apps in BLAST program. I'm trying to keep it simple.
You have to consider indels and so on and so forth.
Femi, you're not listening here.
I'm listening.
If I did a genetic analysis,
my mouth is short.
Okay, if I took a genetic analysis between me and Nestlig, okay, whatever method I want to use, which is considered to be the most common method, accepting indels as a single event, right? And the genetic analysis I come up with, I'm going to be 99% related to him genetically. If you want to use the coding region, that's fine. Would you agree with that?
If you're using the coding region.
Okay, now using those same conditions, instead of having Nestlig, I take a chimp. How similar are going to be?
I don't know. There are some people who say
98.5%.
Wait, Steve. Fiona wants to ask a few questions.
Some people say 96%. Some go as high as 98%. But I think
we're using the same criteria we're using to measure.
I just explained to you. If you use indels, you're going to have a lower.
Same method.
Yeah, if you use a different parameter in BLAST, you're going to get a little bit lower. You're going to get about 96. But using the same exact parameters, you're going to get 98. But Fiona, hey, Fiona, how are you feeling better? First of all, are you feeling better, Fiona?
Not really, no.
Oh, ouch.
Yeah. I've just come in to ask a couple of questions.
Go nuts.
So, let's see, Femi.
Yeah.
If we have human parents, 46 chromosomes, and they produce a son with 44 chromosomes, and the son is perfectly normal in every way, and he has all of the genes that his parents had, how, other than a chromosome fusion event, could that happen?
Well, I would be surprised if the offspring survived in the first place.
There is an adult man in China with 44 chromosomes.
Very famous case study.
There is also a family in Finland that through 9 generations have 44 chromosomes. They are alive, they are kicking, they are fertile, they are alive at this minute. So you'd be surprised if they were alive. I gather you're surprised now They are alive.
Yeah.
They are normal. They have all of the genes required.
I would need to see the paper to understand exactly what is going on.
I have posted the papers in the live chat, both of them. The one about the man in China and also the family in Finland. Both of those are posted. Both of those are posted in the live chat for you.
And if
now,
I may,
I'm going to put in the side chat, I am going to paste. This is a parent article. If
Steve,
you go to,
can you stop presenting me?
Oh, sorry.
If you go to that link, you will then find within it the links to the primary sources. That saves me having to put in numerous sources for you. Use that link, and embedded in it, you will find the links to NCBI, etc., to articles there.
Can I
will look at the articles definitely.
Fiona, in the meantime, can I ask Fiona a few questions?
Yeah, well, if I just like to finish this one wee bit off, because I have just demonstrated, the literature has demonstrated, the doctors have demonstrated, the scientists have demonstrated that 44 chromosome humans who are perfectly normal exist in the here and now because of fusion events. But you said you would be surprised if they were alive.
And can I draw upon that, Fiona, and ask you, or ask him as well? What conceptually, if, as you said, and you stated it, I love the way you stated it. They have all the same genes, they're in different, they're arranged differently because he has 44 chromosomes, right? 46, but he has all the same chromosomal makeup. Everything that we have, he has. It's just a different, it's just located differently. So conceptually speaking, I mean, Femi, I have to ask you, why does it matter if he has all the same genes we have and they're on 1 chromosome, 10 chromosomes, 100 chromosomes? If the genome still has all the same genes, why would you, about science, are you saying that, oh, it's not going to make this offspring viable?
Well, obviously we know that the chromosome number has a lot of role to play in viability of offsprings.
So 9 generations. The existence of 9 generations requires.
Fiona, I'm not saying that.
Let me finish the sentence. The existence of 9 generations requires, by definition, fertility.
Stable mutation. And again, the question is, look, we have 46 chromosomes, right?
Well, what I'm saying is,
hang on, we have 46 chromosomes. They have 44. Conceptually, I need you to try to explain to us what's the difference whether we have 44 or 46 if both of us has the same exact chromosomal makeup. How does it matter?
It matters in meiosis.
Not in 44 chromosome man, it doesn't. Not in the finished family, it doesn't. You keep saying this, but we've got examples where it didn't matter. You keep ignoring these examples and claiming it cannot happen. These people are alive today.
What I'm saying is that if you look at the way meiosis happens,
yes, have you looked at it happening in the finished family?
If you have a parent who has 46 pairs of chromosomes and a parent who has 44 pairs of chromosomes,
they do not have 46 pairs of chromosomes. Excuse me, they have 23.
That is 23 pairs of chromosomes.
Yes, yes. If we could get the chromosome number right.
So that is 22 chromosomes in all. So basically, if you want to have meiosis occur, you would need to have each of the chromosomes represented in the zygotes of both parents.
Yes,
so
and that happened.
If you had a parent who had only 22 pairs, only 22 chromosomes in his zygote, and another parent who had 23, chromosomes in the zygote, then there's going to be a problem in their producing fertile offspring, if at all they're able to fertilize.
Yes. However, if you have had a fusion event occurring in both of the parents, and both of the parents produce zygotes, using their fused chromosome, you end up with an offspring which should be homozygous for the fusion and thus have 2 chromosomes less and be perfectly normal. Now, you're pointing out all these reasons for why the 9 generations of the Finnish family don't exist, except they exist. So you've now argued.
I'm not saying they don't exist. I'm not saying they don't exist. I'm saying that if this Finnish family, if this Finnish family were to marry into a Nigerian family with normal 23 pairs of chromosomes, they're going to be unlikely to produce.
You are missing the point. There's 9 generations.
Yeah,
there's generations. They have reproduced over 9 generations. 9
with people with 23 pairs of chromosomes.
Had 9 generations only had 44 chromosomes.
Right, and
9 generations.
That doesn't make us apes.
So, but Femi, here's
I didn't say it made us apes. Good grief! What I'm pointing out is you're trying to claim this cannot happen when we have examples of it on this planet at this moment.
Fiona, Steve, can you just present my screen because I've got the table up that Fiona needs.
That's it. That's the table.
That was lag. Sorry. But you know the reason, and this is I've seen something very similar before. What possible combinations you can possibly get? But real quickly, if that generations of family, those 9 generations, if they continue on in an isolated condition, and they became more and more and more, bigger, right? This became a bigger population. You would have a species of humans, literally, it wouldn't necessarily be a new species, but you would have a population of humans that all have 44 chromosomes.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Can I just ask one quick question?
I just want to
That's what evolution predicts. That's how speciation comes to be.
Fiona, you said that there were people in Finland and people in China who had 44 chromosomes, right?
Yeah, there's a man in China, a man. Now, there may have been other members of his family that haven't been tested. He was only tested because him and his wife were having fertility problems. But if he
you have it, fertility problems.
No. Stop. Listen carefully to me. 9 generations of the family in Finland did not have fertility problems. Now, I know very many people in my life who have 46 chromosomes. And they have fertility problems for all sorts of reasons. But the family in Finland wouldn't have the 9 generations if they had fertility problems. Do you understand what generation means?
Well, I wasn't done with the question.
What I'm saying is, we don't know what kind of intermarriages they had. Were they married? Were they kissing cousins or what?
You so missed the point.
That's the point.
They were kissing cousins.
That is the point.
Okay, so they were kissing cousins.
The point.
Yes.
Which means if they want to go out into the world,
Femi, you're missing the point.
I would be happy to have one of them in Nigeria here with me.
Femi,
you're missing the point.
You're so missing the point.
You're so missing the point. You have completely missed the point. 9 generations.
I heard you.
Right. They've reproduced fine.
Hold on a second. Very quick question. Did the people they marry have 22 chromosomes?
Yeah, that's my question also.
Yeah, they're actually closely, they're pretty closely related families.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, you can actually
exactly.
It's still the same point I'm making. Is it balanced translocation? Balanced translocation is already known in medicine. It happens.
But no, wait a minute. You said you would be surprised if they had survived with 44 chromosomes. And now suddenly you're saying, oh, but I said balanced translocation would be fine in medicine.
We're talking about
You've ignored balanced translocations in order to claim the impossibility of it, even although the people exist.
Yeah, we're talking about a balanced Robertsonian translocation, obviously. Okay, nobody's claiming that it's unbalanced because obviously you have lots of genetic material. But Femi, Do you understand the conceptual here? That if we have a family living for 9 generations, that's perfectly fine. That's reproducing like to no end, right? There's nothing wrong with that. That shows that the fusion. Let me finish when I'm going with this, because you don't know where I'm going with this.
Okay,
the whole thing with the diploid change number from 48, which all other members of Homoidea have 48. We're the only species in the member of great apes that have 46. There has to be a reason for that. And a Robertsonian translocation can explain that. Would you agree that much that in theory you could have a change of diploid number because of a Robertsonian translocation, because we have instances that we have observed happening today, and that a population of having that happen, we are the descendants of populations that had freaking 46 chromosomes, just like that population from Finland. A million years from now, if they have a huge population that takes over another planet, that whole species of whatever human race they have is going to have 44 chromosomes, and maybe even change. They might even have another Robertsonian translocation. Do you understand conceptually how that works?
I understand.
Okay, so it's not like it's impossible.
Exactly.
Well, they're still humans, you know, and
sure, absolutely.
Nobody said they weren't. Nobody said
they were not
weren't.
human. Why do you bring in something that nobody said? We never said.
Can I just please?
No, I think I know why he brought that up, because they haven't changed species.
There are 2 things I want to say.
Can I just recap what the point was?
Can I just finish my thought here?
For goodness sake.
The fact that you have some humans does not.
Family, that shows that fusion is possible and can be inherited for multiple generations.
Yes, that's the point.
Which is what you denied first, but now you're trying to rationalize it as if it's irrelevant.
Let Fiona finish her point, because it's critical here. What she's talking about, because nobody's ever said they weren't humans anymore, and they will always be humans. That's the whole point from I said at the very beginning, which is conceptual.
I would like to hope so.
So
yeah, but
you don't need to hope so. Nobody is claiming that what made us human was a chromosome fusion, and that is what distinguishes us from the chimps. Nobody is claiming that.
That's a very interesting point you have raised.
Let me finish.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I'm really not feeling very well, and you gibbering over the top of me isn't helping. So, nobody is claiming that anybody with 44 chromosomes isn't human. That is not the claim. The claim is there are currently living and fertile people on this planet with 44 chromosomes, which is something you said was impossible.
I think he said that he would highly doubt they would have viable offspring. So
that's what he said. And there we go, 9 generations.
All right, so how do you address that? Let's give him.
How do you have 9 generations of non-viable offspring? Rubbish.
No, I think you already said that they were married. They were intermarrying.
They are closely related. I said they are 3 closely related families in Finland. Right. Now,
all of whom have 44 chromosomes.
No, I didn't say all of them. I didn't say all of them. Did I? I said that they have got 44
they would not produce viable offspring. That's for sure.
I said that through 9 generations they have individuals with 44 chromosomes. I didn't say all individuals, but it does run through 9 generations.
Do some have 45 chromosomes?
Yeah, I have no idea. Now, here's the thing. When you look at, because of its closely related families, it's almost a form of reproductive isolation, isn't it?
It's almost a form of what?
Reproductive isolation.
Okay.
And so
within
that population, that has become more common.
Mm-hmm.
It hasn't spread out into the general human population because of the reproductive isolation.
To answer the tedious trial question, could humans not become something else eventually? Damn it.
Yes, with your postulation about reproductive isolation, and you see the point that I wanted to clarify was produced offspring for 9 generations. Were they marrying people who also had this genetic mutation.
But you missed the
you have answered that the affirmative, so that clears that.
Obviously, otherwise they would have had 45 chromosomes.
Yeah, you're missing
exactly, and even if they had a child,
Femi, you asked me a question.
Just like you have
Let me answer
the donkey and the horse.
Let me answer your question. Let me answer your question. If we were talking about one parent with 44 and one parent with 46, we wouldn't be talking about a 44 chromosome individual, would we?
Yeah, good point.
Therefore, I am obviously talking about two individuals who have something going on in their chromosomes that allows them to produce an offspring with 44. So when we talk about let me finish. So when I talk about a 44 chromosome individual, I am not talking about a 45 chromosome individual. And the hint in it is because I say 44 chromosome and not 45.
Point taken. Nobody's arguing with that.
Thank you.
I was just trying to say that in nature, you can have a cross between maybe a horse and a donkey. They obviously have different chromosome numbers.
And they're usually sterile.
The offspring is sterile for the same reason that we've been talking about here. But you see, the larger issue in this discussion is really what makes us humans. What separates us?
No. With the horses and the donkeys, the offspring are usually sterile. But the family in Finland, by definition, are not sterile. If this has gone through 9 generations.
Because they were intermarrying, with people with similar chromosome numbers. That point has been made and accepted.
And so, given the circumstances, it is possible. Not impossible.
We descended from
totally different concept, Femi. But do you understand that because we have examples of this happening, there's probably a lot of people that have 44 chromosomes, but they just don't know it. The only reason somebody would actually know that they have 44 chromosomes if they go have a karyotype done. And how many people actually have that done?
And some people are carrying 1 X chromosome and 2 or maybe even 3 Y chromosomes, and they are perfectly fine.
Let me just ask one question from Fiona. Do you know there's something we call translocation Down syndrome?
Yes, I'm very well. Yes, I'm very well aware of translocation Down syndrome, and I am also aware that many translocations have very detrimental effects. However, my point is this: the family in Finland. Let me finish.
I heard about this family in Finland ad nauseum.
Yes.
So, but what I'm saying is, this family in Finland,
finish my point.
What?
You asked me a question and I am answering it. Yes, I am aware of it. However, that is irrelevant to the family in Finland.
Do they have Down syndrome?
No, I told you they are perfectly normal, as is the man in China.
Congratulations to them.
What?
Balanced translocation. They have all the same genetic material as the rest of us.
Yes.
But the point being,
point taken.
Normal, perfectly normal.
But conceptually speaking,
but does that mean that we descended from the apes?
Nobody's saying that's what it means. What we're saying is that you claimed this wasn't possible, and we have living examples of it. Therefore, it is not impossible.
We're not drawing any inference from it. We're talking about the specific thing. But here's the thing: suppose like everybody in here had 44 chromosomes. We might all have it. We don't know because again, we never have. Well, do you know that for a fact? Have you had your genome karyotype? You had a karyotype. Okay, some people have, right? But there's probably a lot of people that are 44. Do you agree though? It's completely possible for 2 people having chromosome number 44 count, and yes, a 44 and a 46 can have offspring. There's actually a chart that shows what the offspring will potentially be and the viability. But do you agree that if 44 people had an offspring, and I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Fiona, but I think the parents of that 44 guy, I think they had normal chromosomes, didn't they?
I can't remember offhand. I need to go and look it up.
I'm not checking that. But let's say that he meets a woman that has 44 chromosomes. They have offspring. And then those kids meet kids of other offspring that have 44 chromosomes. You can have a population. This is exactly what happens in populations like the Munchak deer. You have how many fusions that take place in that particular deer? A lot.
Oh, that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous, the number in there.
Number of chromosomes.
Yeah.
Right? But you can have over a period of time a population that's all 44 chromosomes. Right? But they still would be absolutely human. Nobody's claiming that they wouldn't be.
So in other words, we are all agreed that it's not really your chromosome number that makes you human. There's a lot more.
No, the point. Yeah, I've already said that. What I was pointing out to you was that your claim that this fusion was impossible. Since that is a totally wrong claim to make. If you claim that that is impossible, that it happens, and that is what you base your argument on, and then somebody shows you that it is in fact possible, your entire argument is dead in the water. So go and get a better argument. That's the point. Don't claim it's impossible when there are people alive and fertile.
No, Fiona,
you've done it again.
I never said that. Can I finish? I never said that translocation, balanced translocation cannot occur.
I'll
What
let
I'm
you
saying
finish interrupting me. I'll be quiet while you interrupt.
Is that for you to claim that the human chromosome 2 is a fusion of 2 ape chromosomes? That is what I am against. I said I do not agree that we have a common ancestor in the apes.
Special pleading then.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I've actually not mentioned anything about chromosome 2. I've talked specifically about 44 chromosome individuals.
Yeah, we were talking about chromosome 2 before you joined the.
Am I right? Wait, can I ask you a question? Why do you?
I'll shut the fuck up.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, everybody stop. Okay, Nestle and everybody else. You guys, when you hear somebody talking, don't start talking. And there's no lag, so there's no lag. Fiona was talking like 6 times, and every time she gets 4 words out, somebody says, "Can I do this?" Let her finish her statement.
Sorry.
So my point
when Fiona's
is,
done, she'll say, "I'm done." Go ahead.
Yeah. So my whole point is this: you've based your argument on the claim that this cannot happen, and yet it has happened, and the people exist right now. These are impossible.
What did I say could not happen?
You said that anybody with the 44 chromosomes, they wouldn't be viable. And yet, as I said, 9 generations of the Finnish family. It has come down through 9 generations.
I didn't say they were not. Listen to what I said.
You said you would be surprised if they were viable. That is what you said.
Can I just clarify?
If you mean backpedal, by all means.
well, is he surprised? I mean,
what I'm saying is that if you have,
I was in the middle of a question.
The reason why you have so many, the reason why you have so many stillbirths is probably because you have these genetic anomalies occurring in the offspring.
No.
Some of them are fusion events.
But you don't have, no. If you have a stillbirth, then that offspring cannot contribute to the next generation. The Finnish family, it goes through 9 generations. Therefore, none of those individuals were stillborn.
Yes, I understand that. Well, what I'm saying is that serious chromosomal anomalies like that often lead.
Okay,
can I just finish?
Well, you can finish, but you're not going anywhere because you're not listening to what people are telling you.
I've heard what they're saying. They're saying that if you have a balanced translocation, the offspring can be viable. That's fine.
Okay,
I have nothing against that.
All right, so you said you'd be surprised to find out there's this viable people living with 44 chromosomes with viable offspring. Now that we pointed out to you there is such a thing, and there's a whole family of them. Are you surprised to find that out?
No, I'm not, because I am familiar with the concept of balanced translocations.
Okay, so if these are balanced, sure.
A balanced translocation is not quite the same as a fusion event. Not quite.
How did it get from 46 to 44 with all the genes
I would
still
need to see
present?
the karyotypes of this family that you're talking about.
Go and look at the references I gave you. They've identified.
Let me just clarify something.
They've identified the chromosomes that are fused.
There you go.
Were they fused at the telomeres?
It is in
or
the
the centromeres, or where?
It is in the papers.
Is it just a balanced translocation? A balanced translocation is not quite the same as a fusion event.
It is in the papers that I linked you to.
So you clarify it to me. Are the chromosomes anything looking like the human chromosome 2? Is there an identifiable telomere region?
Why would you expect a fusion between human chromosomes 13 and 14 to look like human chromosome 2?
It's two different.
Because human chromosome 2
talking about something different here.
Has a telomeric region where people say you had the fusion of the ape chromosomes. And I'm simply trying to ask you if this particular family have a fusion between, if you are claiming that they have a fusion between their chromosomes 13 and 14.
I'm not claiming it. The doctors who carried out the karyotyping and the genetic testing published the paper demonstrating it. And I've linked
balanced translocation is not quite the same thing as a fusion.
I've linked you to the paper. Now,
that's not true. Yeah, that's not true. What he said is not true, because a types of fusion, a Robertsonian translocation of balance is also, you can have a centric fusion, which is a translocation, right? That's a type of Robertsonian translocation. They happen all the time.
Yes.
Centric fusions happen quite often, and you're sitting there telling people that it doesn't happen. Are you really saying that they go
chromosome 2? And I suspect that the fusion event happened differently in those that are in Finland and from the one that happened in China.
Yes.
Yeah. It was, again, it wasn't the same gene. It wasn't the same chromosome. I don't remember what specifically.
It's different.
So not only
so now have two.
So not only happened it once, it happened twice within humans. Or no. Actually,
at least three times.
Three times, yes. But the use of chromosome 2 is also one example, of course.
Yeah.
Well, you see, I think, can I speak? Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
I think, well, the larger picture is this. Evolutionists argue that, we're descended from the apes.
No, they don't. But okay.
We are saying that there's a gulf between humans and apes.
We are apes.
Beyond.
Well, hang on.
Say again?
We are apes.
Nestle, stop interrupting him.
Sorry.
We are apes. Sorry. We know we're apes.
I'm not an ape.
Well,
yes.
That's fine. You don't have to.
Well, choose animal, vegetable, or mineral. Take your pick.
You want to be plant. Whatever you want to call yourself, that's fine. The rest of humanity, we're not plants. We're animals, and we are apes. That's just a biological fact. But
the rest of human beings are not animals, except in the mind of evolutionists. We are human beings. We're made in the image of God. We're not animals.
Wait a minute. You're accepting that we're mammals?
This is the point that.
Question: are you a mammal?
I address this issue in pages 117, 118, and 119 of my book.
Are we mammal? Are you a mammal?
I would like you to go ahead and read those pages when we finish this discussion.
Are you a mammal?
Don't forget pages 117, 18, and 119. What makes us humans?
A mammal.
Femi, are you a mammal?
I'm a mammal.
So
yes, I'm a mammal. Yes, I'm a mammal. I'm a mammal.
Okay, you're a mammal.
Yeah.
So why was it you're a mammal? Great. All mammals are animals.
Yes.
So now you have special pleading.
All mammals belong to the animal kingdom.
All mammals belong to the animal kingdom.
You're a mammal. You've just said you're a mammal.
You're a subset of Animalia. If not, you are special pleading.
So you've said you're a mammal. You've said all mammals belong to the animal kingdom. That means that you are an animal.
There you go.
By your own statements, you are an animal.
I'm not an animal. I'm a human being.
Oh, you just argued that you were.
Let me refer you to
humans are animals.
In that case, we can all say frogs. Frogs aren't animals, they're frogs. Yeah. Deer aren't animals, they're deer.
Dogs aren't birds, they are ducks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, do you
well,
understand
I'm sure you know what I'm talking about.
What?
sure of is that you're special pleading because you don't want to look at the objective facts.
Just to admit that to actually agree you're a mammal, and to then make the statement all mammal, and then say that all mammals are animals. Either you have to accept you're an animal, or you have to deny that you're a mammal.
Yep.
Let us get one thing clear. Human taxonomy is slightly different from God's taxonomy. When God talks of animals in the Bible, he's not talking of human beings. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Yeah, but we're not talking about the Bible. We're talking science here.
Yeah, we're not using biblical terminology. We're using scientific terminology. And as a person who's been through medical profession, I'm actually appalled that you actually take biblical terminology from a 2,000-year-old book of people that actually thought you can get a phenotype of stripes on an animal by procreating them in front of parallel sticks.
Yes.
The knowledge. I mean, we know a lot more than they.
Are you saying that would not work?
Yes, I say that would work.
Have you tried it?
No.
Yeah, if you could do that experiment, that would be amazing. I would actually be thrilled to death to read that.
Well, I really wouldn't know. But,
suggesting that actually could happen.
I'm familiar with that story in the Bible anyway.
Okay. So the long story short is we're using actual science, and you're using whatever terminology you want to use, and that's where the disconnect is. Because
no, this is where I'm going with this. Let me tell you where I'm going with this.
Sure.
Evolutionists want to suggest that because we have similarities in our genetic makeup, and we have certain physiological and morphological similarities with apes and so on. Therefore, we are all animals, and what separates us is very small. I mean, it's just maybe a very small step from an ape to a human. And I'm saying that no, that is not the case. There's a gulf that is impossible.
That's not what we're saying.
You wouldn't need a step because humans are apes.
There is no step. This is, again, you keep on misrepresenting what is actually taught in evolutionary biology. Okay, there's no step from apes to humans.
Clarify it for me then.
Evolution does not teach that humans evolved from non-human apes. Do you get that? We didn't evolve from chimps. We didn't evolve from orangutans. We didn't evolve from any other ape but human apes.
Yeah.
We share common ancestry.
Yes.
But we don't even evolve from. Like, for example, like the Pyrrholothus catalonicus that I was telling you earlier, we share ancestry with it, with all other members. But we evolved only from humans. I see. What other ape can you think of that we supposedly, according to evolution, we evolved from?
Maybe Lucy.
Lucy was Ethopithecus afarensis. She wasn't even a member of the Homo genus.
Yeah,
she was Ethopithecus.
Lucy was trotted all over the world as the missing link.
No, she wasn't.
Nobody's ever suggested that chimpanzees. Nobody's ever suggested that chimpanzees evolved from Lucy. No. The missing link that they talk about is the common ancestor.
Yes.
Of all of the apes.
That's
right. Now, so we are trying to find. Right. So nobody's ever claimed.
And what we're saying.
Nobody has ever claimed that Lucy is the ancestor of chimpanzees.
So what is Lucy?
Lucy is
Australopithecus.
Oh.
Australopithecus afarensis. What is it? I mean, how does it relate to us as humans?
Cousins.
It is on the line from the common ancestor to us. That is what it is.
Laughing.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
It's funny.
No.
You ask a question and when you answer it, you are suddenly laughing, and I find it very dishonest.
Let me ask Femi, do you I'm sorry, if I can real quick. Femi, do you know that Lucy was not the only member of her species that we found? We found hundreds of hundreds.
I know Australopithecus afarensis.
It was just the first, about a 40% complete skeleton, right? 40%. But she was
I'm familiar with the skeleton, and I'm familiar with the attempts that have been made to sort of humanize her more than she is.
He wasn't human. Nobody's claiming that she was human. This is what you put in your book. This is the other things I read in your book that I was like, what the freaking A? Nobody claimed that she was human. You get that? That would be ridiculous. She was not human.
Nobody said she was human. What I think they're trying that she's a sort of common ancestor.
You put in your book. You want me to find it with the verbatim, or do you want to just kind of paraphrase?
Please find it if you want.
You suggested in your book that Lucy was supposedly made more human-like because people wanted to make her to be human as a human ancestor.
It's more if you discover some fossil bones in East Africa, it's going to be more sensational, and you're going to be more famous.
You're not addressing what I said.
If you suggest that I found some skeletons in East Africa and they are ancestral to human beings.
You suggested in your book that people were trying to humanize her and to make her human.
Certainly, that's what I'm trying to suggest. Because
who
even now,
carefully, no scientist suggested she was human. You get that?
Yeah.
What they are trying to say
you have to
don't tell us what they're trying to say. Tell us what they say.
Exactly. You said in your book people were trying to say that she was human. What scientist was saying this, and where can I read about this? Because she wasn't even a member of the Homo genus. So what person would be saying that she was human?
Nobody is saying. I didn't suggest that they said she was human. What I'm trying to say is that they are trying to make her more human than she is, because they're trying to suggest, or they're trying to give the impression to the population, to the general populace, that we found an ancestor of the human race.
Everything's an ancestor of the human race in some ways. If we talk about common descent, but that's not.
I disagree completely with you that we are not commonly descended from anything. Well, except from other human beings.
What's funny is unfortunately, you keep asserting that, but the genetic record, the phylogeny, the cladistics, the proteomics, you name it, ERVs, any branch of science you want to deal with, tells you're wrong in that. You literally are placing. Listen, let me finish. You literally place a single ideological belief ahead of the evidence that's being presented to you, and as a scientist,
I have not produced any evidence that is convincing to me.
We have shown you the G bending of chromosomes, and we have shown you.
We showed you centiny. Do you want to get into proteomics? Do you want to look at the conservation of things like cytochrome C, and how that changes between various species, and yet it has highly conserved, and it has the same enzymatic function out of all.
I've heard those arguments about vitamin C metabolism before.
And how about the fact?
Convincing.
Okay,
which one?
How about Gullo?
About Gulo? Yeah, the Gulo gene. That's a good one too.
Gulo
Which gene?
Gulo.
G-U-L-O-P.
G-U-L. The gene that produces vitamin C.
G-U-L-O.
Oh,
okay, those are the ones that metabolize vitamin C or something?
Yes. It encodes.
Yeah, I heard about them.
It encodes.
So
it encodes.
Oxidase.
If you want to know what it is, let me speak. It encodes the enzyme for the final step in the synthesis of vitamin C. Camera stuck in one icon, Steve.
Oh, who am I on? Is it really? Who am I on?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Yeah. So that fourth step that she's talked about, right? In other species, right? In primates, it's all broken the same way.
No.
Right. So in that fourth step,
sorry.
Primates do what?
Correction. Except for in lemurs. Lemurs still have.
It's split by the haplorhini and the strepsirrhini. The strepsirrhini have a functional gene. The haplorhini, which includes the great apes, they have a broken one. And in those haplorhini, over 100 species, it is broken in exactly the same way.
The rhinos primates.
Yes,
okay.
yes.
All the haplorhini is, correct me if I'm wrong, is all of them are missing the same exons, right?
Yes, exactly.
All of them missing the same promoter region.
The guinea pig has a broken one too, but it's broken in a different way.
So
what does that mean?
Well, it means that we see a pattern involving.
Yeah. Either. Here's where we actually just look at the numbers. Over 100 species of haplorhini, okay? They all have that gene broken in exactly the same way. They're missing exons 1 to 6, they're missing exon 11, and they're missing their promoter. Okay? They're broken in the same way.
Yeah, but that does not argue more.
Will you let me actually finish answering the question, and then you might get the answer that you say you're not getting? Now, over 100 species are involved here, all broken the same way. Either in each species, that had to happen independently in exactly the same way, or it happened in a common ancestor that gave rise to all of those haplorhinae. Now, which one do you think is going to be the most likely?
Parsimonious.
I think the creation model still answers that one better.
Oh, okay. So let me ask you this then. Why would the creator put the back half of a broken gene into over 100 species of haplorhinae?
Because that's the way he wants it.
Why?
That's an argument to intent. You can't.
Because he wants to fool us into thinking that common descent is actually a thing.
You see,
there's
here's
no
your
common
problem.
descent. Forget about common descent.
No. You don't get to just say there is no common descent. You don't get to just say that and tell us to forget it. But you have to somehow explain how this large number of species all ended up with that gene broken in exactly the same way. It is the back half of the gene, the back half of it. It has no promoter. It is not transcribed because it doesn't have a promoter. It has no function. None. Zero. Zilch.
Because that's the way the creator. And let me give you an example that will illustrate what I'm saying. If you look at biochemistry, you will see that it is left-handed amino acids that are viable largely in nature. I'm not changing the subject. I'm only saying.
All right, hang on.
I'm not changing the subject. I'm only saying that if that is the way the creator wants something to be, that's the way it is.
That's not a scientific explanation.
That's an argument.
That's ad hoc complete crap.
Because the reasoning behind that does not hold for the back half of a non-functional lump of DNA.
And here's the thing.
That is common across our taxonomic group.
Yeah, and Femi, and this is what I'm finding really disturbing as for me, who claims to be a person of a scientific background. If you're a medical doctor, you're an ophthalmologist, but if you're a medical doctor and you say, "Hey, I'm looking at a genetic makeup of an individual, and they have a specific type of gene or genetic marker, and then I'm looking at their ancestors, and they have that genetic marker, and then I look at their ancestors, and I see a genetic marker, and I go back 100 generations, in theory." Genetic markers, but they seem changing the same way. This particular example had this SNP here, and this genetic one had this polymorphism here, or whatever the changes is between generation to generation. You can each map out each generation, each change. We would look at that and say, hey, these individuals related, and each step this change and this change has been propagated throughout each generation. You will look at that and say, God wanted each of those kids to have that gene that way. And that is not how a scientific model works. Because a scientific model can explain each step why those mutations or how those mutations came to be, and do not invoke a supernatural causation and say that my genes are a combination of my parents plus some mutations that are unique to me because of improper error correction, right? But we look at that from a scientific point of view, and Fiona, by the way, is a Christian, but even she would say, you know what? God didn't make me have the genes I have because God willed it that way. It's just my genes are that way because my parents' genes were the way they were. Do you see the difference?
Your ancestors' genes are like that. Is that right? Is that what you're trying to say?
I'm saying that we can look and find a commonality between my genes and my ancestors and see through vertical gene transmission that I'm related to them. And then you arbitrarily, by fiat.
Let me say something, Steve. One of the most persuasive arguments that I have heard concerning common ancestry has to do with the ERV gene sequences. I'm surprised that none of you have brought that up.
I did mention ERVs earlier.
Say again?
I did mention ERVs. I said proteomics, and then I mentioned ERVs, but I didn't go into much detail. But hey, Fiona could talk your ear off on ERVs.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to say is that that is probably.
I'm still trying to work my way through her video on ERVs, so I'm not the person to really talk about the ERVs by any means.
So basically, I mean, the suggestion that you have some viral genes that are common to apes and human beings argues somehow for common ancestry.
In the exact same location on the exact same chromosomes. Bear in mind.
Yeah. Argues for that.
Is that not true? Is that not true though? That much I do know.
So
you could say that but the truth of the matter is that there are thousands of ERV genes that have been incorporated into the human genome, as it were. If you want to argue that they were incorporated viral genes, but then you would expect that they would not have.
Hold on.
Can I just finish my?
Let him finish. He keeps interrupting us, but we interrupt him as well. So let him finish his train of thought.
Yeah. So what I was trying to say was that you would expect that if these were genes that are exogenous to the human genome and that were just sort of transmitted down the line, they will have no function whatsoever. But we now know that these ERV genes have a lot of role to play in translation, in regulation of translation, particularly RNA translation and synthesis of proteins, particularly at the p53 level. So these ERV proteins have a function that they play. They're not just there by accident.
And they are because you know what an ERV is?
Yeah, retroviral protein. Retroviral.
That means they came from viruses.
Mm-hmm.
I understand that.
It stands for
they are there by accident because a virus happened to infect us in our germline cells.
So how come they have a function? How come they have a function that they play?
Does a virus protein produce protein?
Mm-hmm.
Does a virus? Yeah, go ahead for you.
They end up getting co-opted.
Well, you are now saying that they were co-opted.
No. They randomly insert, okay? Now, if they randomly splice their way into a crucial gene and inactivate it, then the cell where it is inserted there dies. For the ERV to be passed on, first of all, it has to insert into the germline. That's the first thing, the germline. It also has to have not inserted itself into the middle of a crucial gene, inactivating it. And then it may happen that a read-through of it, if it just so happens there is a read-through and there is some sort of product, and if it confers an advantage, then that can be selected for.
If the ERVs
so you're saying that, that's very clever. So you are now saying that, the ERV gene that was incorporated conferred an advantage and it was therefore selected for?
Not all of them.
Not all of them did. Not all of them did.
Most are non-functional.
Why is that so difficult to understand? If all of our genetic material is co-opted, as she put it, right? I mean, not all of it, a lot of it is co-opted. Even de novo genes could come into play. Why is that so weird to believe? We have all this genetic material. Some of it gets utilized, some of it doesn't. Some of it gets dormant. Some of it gets put away in storage. But the key thing is,
I think, Steve, what you're saying is beginning to raise some alarm bells in my head, because a couple of years ago, everybody was talking about everybody was talking about junk DNA, and nobody talks about junk DNA anymore. Now you're trying to suggest that there are some parts of the genome that
don't start me on junk DNA. Don't just start me on junk DNA.
We can explain to you junk DNA very well, because the junk DNA does still exist. I had, you know who PZ virus is, by the way?
I think basically anytime you talk about junk DNA, about 5 years down the line.
Femi, when I ask you a question, when I ask you a question, you don't jump to something else. Are you familiar with PZ Myers? He's a very prominent biologist.
What did you call his name?
T.Z. Myers.
Yeah, I think I've heard about him.
Okay, well, he was in here the other day, and this topic came up on junk DNA because it's one of my more favorite topics. The ENCODE project, even he admitted, was way off the mark. Okay, when we're talking about junk DNA, and again, I'm going to defer to Fiona to make sure that this is correct, but the original meaning for junk DNA was a non-protein encoding.
Yeah.
Now ENCODE came along.
The guy's name is OHNI. It's 1971. And it was a presentation for a conference. And he even put the word junk in quotation marks. We've been hearing a lot about quotation marks recently. But he actually put the term junk in quotation marks in the original. Because he wasn't saying that it was garbage or useless or rubbish. He was saying, we don't know what this does. And that was it. That's all that junk meant. It didn't mean utterly non-functional. It meant we don't know what its function is.
Well, you should have tried. When I was in medical school, I mean, obviously when we were doing our course in genetics, what I was taught then was that there are some aspects of the genome that code for proteins and other aspects of the genome that do not. And those aspects of the genome that do not code for proteins are junk DNA.
No, because that, you see, that would also mean that you would have to say promoters are junk DNA.
Yeah.
Because they don't code for a protein. But they have a very specific function, promoters.
Yeah, we know that now, but I'm not quite sure that it was known the time I was.
Oh my God.
Well, let me tell you, it was known in the 1980s. It was known in the 1980s about promoters. And in fact, I am pretty sure promoters were known about in the 1970s.
And the point being is that the whole junk DNA...
When was the Pibnall box identified?
So the point I'm trying to make is this, that you cannot conclude that ERVs, back to talk of ERVs, that they were actually passed down from apes as a result of that.
No,
because they do have a function that they play.
What did you find out the date was, Mona?
I like to show something. Also, a research done about an ERV of an ERV gene that was co-opted for something in the placenta. It was actually involved in the evolution of eutherian mammals, or more specifically, the placenta mammals. The reason why we even have a placenta is because the genes that are code for let's see, I don't know what the specific gene is called, and this gene helps the embryo to implant itself on the placenta.
Yeah, it's because it's a gene that is involved in syncytial formation, which is like blebs, like a bunch of grapes.
So the point is the point you're trying to make is that.
Did he cut out, or is that?
I'm trying to make him finish his line of thought.
Oh, okay. Oh, that was okay. He's making the point that the ERVs, we could trace back the ERVs and show how they came through different lines of phylogeny to the extant species today. There's no different between them. And again, the genetic thing that I was talking about, me and my parents, right? And you just seem to want to ignore mountains of evidence, all having a consilience of a lineage, common descent with other things. I mean, again, I think if you take one thing solo, it's overwhelming evidence. But you put everything together. Why don't we find things like the ERVs for humans so much to be different than chimps? Why don't we find our proteomics to be very different than chimps? Why do we see, the further back we go, the changes that we expect? We don't see anything out of the ordinary going, hey, I'm a human, Fiona's a human, but you know what? She's not a mammal. She's a chicken. But she's related to me. It's like we don't see any of these weird things. We see a very, very nice pattern. And every metric, every single metric we can take a look at, whether it be, like I said, the conservation of amino acids and proteins, it would be the ERVs, genetics, you name the metric, and you say, look, here's this species and here's this species. It is going to show a proper consilience between the two, right? It's not going to be anything out of the ordinary where I have something so much vastly different than somebody else, or some species that's going to have some weird combinations being produced from things they don't have that combination. Like
all this is still perfectly consistent with a common creator.
Everything's consistent with a common creator. That's the point.
Yeah, because just like
I have a debate with intelligent design coming up here in 2 weeks, and one of the things that I'm debating against is the fact that you could throw in intelligent design for anything. What's the reason? Okay, well, I drop a ball and it hits the ground. What's the reason? What's the scientific reason why that hits the ground?
The creator built it.
The creator built it that way.
Yeah,
that doesn't tell us anything, right?
No, it does, because
no, it doesn't.
No, it does not.
Let me explain why. I mean, since you brought up the topic of intelligent design, I think that, in fact, that is one of the big problems that you have with the evolution theory. And that is that there are many things in nature that you cannot explain through gradualistic evolution mechanisms. And of course, one of the ones that Michael Behe pointed out was the bacterial flagellum,
which has been explained thousands of times.
It has not been explained.
Yes, it has been.
It
has been.
Do you know what the type?
I'll pull up an article.
Well, secretary system is.
Yeah, I know that, and I will explain. Let me tell you why that is not an explanation.
Let me finish my point first, because I just asked you if you've heard of it. I didn't even make it a point yet. Behe was unaware of every protein that makes up the individual parts of the bacterial flagellum. We can trace back the history of it. He said he had never read studies that showed this, and they wheeled in truckloads of data for him to peruse. Okay, he was absolutely blindsided by the amount of information they had on the way these structures came into be, because their arguments, Behe, Dembski, all these guys have one fatal flaw, well, more than one, but the one fatal flaw they all have is that they're making the argument these things came about in a single instance. What's the odds of a bacterial flagellum all of a sudden being created in poof, like a snap of my fingers?
What are the odds that Adam was created as an adult and Eve was created as an adult?
What does that have to do with what I just said?
What I'm saying is that if you are saying that somebody, I mean, the flagellum cannot be created in one poof,
because nobody's suggesting that it was. That's the whole point.
What we're saying that it probably was. Now you are saying that the 3SC.
You understand the point of it? Can I just make my point?
Steve, can I make my point on that one?
Sure.
You are saying you are trying to suggest that the type 3 circuitry, circuitry system, is predates the.
No.
Again, this is why you don't listen to what where the argument is. I never said it predated it. I said, have you heard of it?
Of course I have.
Well, that's why I asked you.
Yeah.
I have heard about it, and I'm trying to say that it is not a sufficient explanation for the origins of the flagellum, because the organism that uses
nobody claims it's
the organism that mainly uses the type 3 circuitry apparatus.
Did I say that
which
it was
let me just finish. Yersinia pestis.
Femi, this is the problem you have in your book.
Can I just finish, guys?
No, because this is the problem you're having with your book. You make arguments against claims that nobody's making in your book. You have so many claims in there about
we're trying to make, Steve, is that the bacterial flagellum is a good example of irreducible complexity.
But it's not.
No,
saying,
no, it's not.
No, it is not.
No,
right.
Not.
You know why it's not a good example? Because we can show that each step in that process had a purpose. Okay, maybe it wasn't even close to what it was, but matter of fact, I think it was a Ken Miller himself, who, by the way, I've been trying to reach out to. But Ken Miller, wasn't he the one that took a mouse trap and took the wire out of it and bent it and made a tie clip out of it?
Yeah. Can I just point something out here?
Well,
two things.
It's no longer a mouse trap.
Right.
No,
that's not the
it's useful for something else. It's useful for something else. That's the point.
Right. Evolution.
What we're saying is that the mouse trap will not work.
As a mouse trap,
of it.
That's the point.
You can use it as a tie clip, but it's no longer a mouse trap.
It doesn't need to, as long as there's a use. As long as there's a use for it. That's the point.
Exactly. It has a function.
There's a use for it. Look, I can take my car and break it down to pieces, and I will still find a use for the joystick and the steering wheel.
Yes.
But
that's the point.
It's no longer a car. A car needs.
Please, Steve, can I ask this question? So, are you trying to seriously? You're saying you take your car, you break it down, it is no longer a car, right? Now,
that's a tautology.
Here's the thing: if we take the flagell, the mouse trap, let's take the mouse trap, okay? And it catches mice, and it gets brownie points if it catches a mouse. Now we remove that little clip bit. No longer works as a mouse trap, but it still can do another function as a tie clip, so it gets a brownie point for that as well. The mouse trap itself, it does as a tie clip.
Don't forget that the problem we have in the house.
Shut it and listen. The fact that it has another use means it could be selected for. That's the point. Things are selected for what they do, not for what they used to do. That's the point. And see what I'm trying to get to? I'm trying to get to this thing about the flagellum and the type 3 secretory system. Now, it was thought that the flagellum had somehow arisen from the type 3 secretory system. No longer think that. But what we do have is a remarkable similarity between the type 3 secretory system, the bacterial flagellum, and ATP synthase. And if we look at the flagellum and ATP synthase, or as we fondly call it, ATP mayonnaise, the one thing they have in common is it's so pokes you in the eye, it's unbelievable, is the rotation. That rotation. So you've got the whole base of your flagellum. It's all based on this rotation. And the ATP synthase is completely based on this ability to rotate. Now, the type 3 secretory system, it has got loads of similarities with the basic flagellar assembly. And so now the question is, what came first? Or did all three arise from some sort of, we'll call it common ancestor molecule, and just go in different directions? Now, when you talk about irreducible complexity, and you say, well, if you take this off it, it is no longer what it was in the first place. Like, I have a house, okay? And you could say, you know, if you take the roof off, it's no longer a house. Therefore, nobody could have built a house. The fact that something doesn't work backwards, it doesn't mean it can't work forwards. I can smash a cup on the floor, unsmash it. The fact that I cannot unsmash a cup does not mean that it is impossible to smash a cup. So saying that something can't go backwards is not an argument for saying it can't go forwards.
Can I take
so are you trying to say, are you trying to suggest, let me just be clear what she's trying to say here. Are you not trying to say that? I think you're trying. You have not quite made your point.
Can I
suggest that
the people listening? Can I make it very simple? Can I make it very simple?
Devolved from the flagellum.
No, this thing is devolved.
No.
Yeah. Let me see if I can make this for the people that maybe don't understand these concepts. And Fiona, is this a good example? I have two people. Both of them have a mouse trap. Okay. That's used to catch mice, right? But you know what? There's no more mice around, right? One of them has a broken mousetrap, and it forms just a bent thing. Well, these two people have a job interview, and they don't want their tie flapping around. So this one guy has a tie clip now from a repurposed mousetrap that's no longer needed, but that's being selected for because he wants to get the job.
Yeah, the environment has changed. And the environment has changed.
Yeah, well, one of my favorite examples of a gene now used for a different purpose was the Antarctic ice fish antifreeze gene.
Oh yeah, that's a good one too.
Yes, it evolved from a protease gene.
Didn't we have somebody in our community that was actually involved in that research?
We did, actually.
I think we did. I know PZ works with zebrafish.
Oh, I can blame him for all my trouble with databases then.
Yeah, he works with zebrafish. That's his area of expertise.
There was somebody was submitting zebrafish, Danny O'Reilly, it's called, submitting zebrafish sequences to databases.
Oh, and Femi, you're muted. You're muted, Femi.
And when you did sequence alignments, if you tracked, hunting down a sequence and looking for what your sequence might be, you kept hitting thousands upon thousands of hits on Danny O'Reilly because somebody was submitting 6 bases as a sequence. 6, that was it, 6. or they would submit 3 bases, and that was it.
What's the purpose of that?
I have no idea. And they submitted thousands. They submitted thousands of these. And so when you did a search of the databases to try and identify your, say, 500 bases, you would forever be hitting on Danny O'Reilly. My problem was, I was working with a teleost fish. Danny O'Reilly was a teleost fish. So even if I put that in as a keyword, I still got all the bloody zebrafish back.
It kind of reminds me of like padding people do on their video pages to get like hits, like Ronnie putting like 50,000 things in his.
Yeah, it did my head in, and I'm holding PZ responsible.
There you go.
Can I come in now?
Yes, go ahead.
Now, that is one aspect, obviously, of the intelligent design argument, and I think it was Steve who brought this up. The second aspect has to do with complex specified information, which is what you find.
No,
which is what you find in the human genome, for instance, or even in DNA sequences, for that matter, or in the manufacture of proteins.
Design is not an argument. It's just not an argument. It's never been an argument.
Why is it not an argument? Pray tell.
Because the intelligent design is supposed to be an abductive reasoning to say that, okay, based upon previous instances of experience with patterns, we can infer there's some kind of intelligence behind a specific pattern. That only works precedent. In other words, I can look at a situation and say, hey, here's Mount Rushmore. Here's the faces on the Mount Rushmore. You know what? We have precedent of people, an intelligent design. Intelligent design is a real thing in that regard, right? I mean, people doing sculptures, it's intelligently designed. But we have a precedent of seeing humans doing it and seeing some mechanism for it. Intelligent design from something that is supposed to be explaining, evolution or explaining whatever it's supposed to be explaining, because it never really
Sorry, you faded out for a while there. I didn't hear you for the past couple of seconds. You were talking about Mount Rushmore?
Yeah, Mount Rushmore, we can go back and we can see examples of people intelligently design sculptures, right? So based upon prior experience, we can make an abductive argument. The most likely case for Mount Rushmore is intelligent designed. That's fine. We can do that. But what you cannot say is that we cannot do that with DNA because we've never seen a mind create DNA. We've seen a mind create sculptures. Now we can modify DNA.
Steve, I don't believe this. This is so funny.
This is an abductive reasoning argument. I don't see the problem with this. This is simple logical reasoning here.
Oh, please, Steve,
we have never seen.
Even Dawkins will not suggest that intelligence is not behind DNA. Even Dawkins will not do that. Look, for heaven's sake, even Stonehenge.
Listen, Fermi,
that there's intelligence behind Stonehenge.
Fermi, you've made a claim.
Fermi,
you've made a claim. You've made a claim that even Dawkins even Dawkins admits that there's intelligence behind DNA. No, he does not.
Can you show us where? Because
yes, he does. What he said is that what he's saying is that panspermia explains DNA.
You got it from Ben Stein. No attention allowed. You got it from Ben Stein.
No. I would like to stick in complex specified information. Because I want to know who specified it.
God.
Remember, it's specified. So how is it? What's specifying it?
God specified it.
How does it do that?
Right. Okay. Now this is what I wanted to drill down earlier. This is what I wanted to drill down earlier. So the bottom line here is that you have decided that you will not accept evolution and you will not accept common descent because you read Genesis literally. That is it. It's nothing to do with science.
Yeah, everything to do with science.
So you're not being scientific.
No, it's not, because you just, when I said to you what specified it, you said God.
That's not science.
That is more scientific than saying that it's DNA code wrote itself.
That right there took it outside the realm of science and into the realm of faith.
No, it does not.
Into the realm of religion.
It does.
Let me explain why it does not.
As soon as you say God.
Let me explain to you why it does not do that.
No. Science cannot investigate God. Science cannot investigate the effects of God. No, it cannot.
It was Isaac Newton. Isaac Newton, easily the greatest scientist that ever lived, said, doing in science is thinking God's thoughts after him.
Great. Well, go and worship Isaac Newton then. Feel free. Be my guest. But the point is this. We cannot study the effect of God. We can't study that effect.
What is there for you to study? That's what science is all about.
Let me finish, please.
In the works of God. That's all it is.
No. You said it was science. To be science, we have to study it and measure it. That's what science is about. And we cannot do that with God having an effect. We can't do that.
Yes, you can.
We can't measure. No, we can't.
You're the first person.
That's what science is. Science is all about investigating what God has done.
Really?
That's what science is.
No.
I've talked to a lot of people in my life, and that is the most warped definition of science.
Yeah.
Science is about understanding the natural world. Science is about.
Well, I think I'm in good company if Isaac Newton said the same thing.
No, Isaac Newton.
He was an alchemist as well. But here's the thing. Yeah. I believe that science studies natural explanations for things that happen in the natural world. Now, that natural world, let me finish. That natural world was created by God. And we can look for explanations for these natural occurrences within that natural world. We cannot study supernatural causes. We cannot study God. We cannot put God in a test tube and measure him. Now, if you think you can, I would suggest go and do it.
Well, that's what science is all about. That's what science is. That's what we're scientists.
No, you do not know what science is.
I don't think
you have no idea what science is.
That is not scientific methodology at all.
Science.
I will humbly suggest that I would not be a doctor today if I didn't know what science was.
Well, Ben Carson is a doctor. He doesn't know jack shit about science.
I wouldn't have been a scientist if I didn't know what science was, pal.
Yeah,
said what?
See, this is
He's a scientist.
I wouldn't have been a scientist if I didn't know what science was.
Precisely. So, I mean, you have your own take on what science is, and I have mine.
Yeah. Remember what I just said?
What was wrong?
I was a scientist. I studied science. I know science. And I'm telling you, you cannot use science to study God. You cannot use science to study the supernatural because you cannot measure the amount of supernatural required in any given situation. And the simple reason for that is because we have not yet built a woo detector. Now, when you have built your woo detector, you can go and measure how many kilowoo it takes for a pea plant to grow in the presence or absence of fertilizer. But until you've invented your woo detector and worked out what a kilowoo is, you've got nothing, pal. Nothing.
Quantifiable. That's it.
Then you are not aware of what Psalm 19 says.
Can you give us a record? Wait, what do you say? You're not aware of what?
What Psalm 19 says.
Oh, Psalm 19. You know what? I hate to tell you,
Psalm 19 is not science. Psalm 19 isn't science. It's scripture.
You're saying that we cannot measure God with science, and I'm saying that even the Bible says you can.
Can you find us?
Oh my goodness!
Can you find us in an actual science book where it says science can address supernatural causes? Because you will never find one that says that.
Science is very.
I don't think it's off the table.
I have a science book which says the exact opposite. That the limits of science goes not beyond the supernatural or the natural.
Literally perverting what science is. You are literally distorting and bastardizing science, and I find it to be a little reprehensible for you to call yourself an educated person and a scientist, which, by the way, an ophthalmologist isn't really a scientist. You don't know that. And to bastardize science to that degree. That is the problem we're having in our country, where people are taking things like
bastardization of science.
Yes, it is.
It is absolutely, by definition, bastardization, because science has one thing science is supposed to do. It's supposed to find naturalistic explanations for natural phenomenon.
That's it.
No, I disagree entirely.
You can disagree until the cows come home. But until you can convince all the scientists to do science the way you say they should do it, then
I would want to convince anyone.
Yeah.
The status quo stands. Science is based.
I am a published scientist. I've published.
So am I. So am I.
You are not published.
That one. And anyway,
your book is a self-published published thing. It is not by.
Yeah, but I have published in peer-reviewed journals as well.
That might be true. I have
That's why I'm a professor today.
Oh, well done. Give the boy a cracker. Listen, what I'm saying is this: science is based on methodological naturalism. So we use methods. We use natural methods.
Remove the word naturalism.
Let me finish,
please.
We use natural methods to investigate natural phenomena of the natural world. That is science. It is in that box. Similarly, if we look at people who are blacksmiths, they tend not to publish on how to bake cakes. They publish on how to work with metals, because that's in that box. But being a blacksmith.
Can I clarify something? Sorry.
Similarly, veterinary surgeons tend not to take much to do with televisions and fixing them, because each school has a definition of what it is. And science looks at natural phenomena and looks for natural explanations.
So what is the natural explanation for DNA?
We don't have any of yet.
Oh, you don't have it yet.
Wait.
I see where this is going.
I begin to understand.
Yeah, we're going down the God of the Gaps argument, which is a lot.
What is the natural explanation for the DNA code? You don't have that yet.
Excuse me.
Well, you must have some theories. Let me have your theories on that.
No, we don't have theories, but we have hypotheses. And
okay, let's hear your hypothesis on how the DNA code wrote
itself.
Will
you let me finish? You asked a question, allow the person to answer it. Now, we have some hypotheses about how it may have come about, but we've got nothing solid. But saying that currently, let me finish, but saying we don't know doesn't mean God did it. And that's a very, very dangerous route to go down. Because if you, for everything that we don't have an answer to, if you insert God, and then later on an explanation comes up, God gets booted out of that gap because the gap is no longer there.
So let's hear your hypothesis.
One of the hypotheses, plural, there are a number of them. One of the hypotheses is that we actually didn't start with DNA, but we started with something similar to RNA. We needed something that could self-replicate. And RNA fits the bill for that one. So there's some experimental work that has been done which shows that certain RNA molecules can self-replicate in a protein-free system. Doesn't need enzymes. So you don't have to code for anything.
So the RNA that was self-replicating didn't have any code in it?
Yes.
No, that's not. I said it wasn't coding for anything. It doesn't have to code for a protein because the self-replicating RNA molecule.
This RNA
because the self-replicating RNA molecules have no need for a protein enzyme for the replication.
Let's assume, for the sake of argument, that
it's RNA
with RNA, which is probably not true, but let's assume.
Assume what? Sorry.
Obviously.
What did you say?
Let's assume that it all started with RNA.
Well, no, I wouldn't assume it was started with RNA. As I said, we don't know.
It's a hypothesis.
We don't know.
Yes.
It's a hypothesis.
That hypothesis falls flat on its face.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't.
Tell me why.
The most prevailing model right now for protect.
Tell me why.
There is some issues with it. Everybody knows there are, but what is your issues with the RNA world hypothesis?
Tell me why it falls flat on its face.
It falls flat on its face because, number one, even if it was RNA, there still had to be a sequence of nucleotides that are capable.
No, wait a minute,
that are capable of replicating.
Yes, and we have
so
basically,
the sequence. I mean, if you guys are suggesting that the nucleotide sequence.
Do you understand?
Can I just finish? Can I finish? Let me just finish.
On you go.
What I'm trying to say is that if you say you want to start with a self-replicating RNA molecule, it still had to have a sequence of nucleotides.
Yes.
Okay.
And if you're trying to suggest that a sequence of nucleotides self-assembled in an organic soup, maybe the famous warm little pond, then you have to demonstrate that.
It's been done.
Yeah.
It has been demonstrated. It was demonstrated. Somebody took ribose sugar and took bases and left them together. And the bases.
And hey, presto, RNA arrives.
You will let me finish now, pal. You will let me finish. And the bases attached onto the sugar. And when they took those that had assembled, so you had a sugar and a base, and they put them together and they left them on their own, guess what they did? They assembled into a long chain.
RNA.
RNA.
They formed ribonucleotides.
Yes.
On their own.
Yeah. Yeah, but no, what I'm saying is not they formed the ribonucleotides, but then the ribonucleotides all attached to each other in a long chain, in a long polymer, giving you a sequence of nucleotides. That happens spontaneously. They've done it in the lab. They've done it. It is published.
Good.
Right. So you said they need to demonstrate it. They have done.
There we go. It's demonstrated.
So it doesn't fall flat on its face, does it?
First of all, I want you to show me the paper. Second of all, I want to see what
I will look for it.
With,
right.
Whether it's good for anything to code for a protein or what.
It doesn't need a protein for a self-replicating RNA molecule.
It doesn't need a protein, but can it code for a protein?
It doesn't need to. At that point, it doesn't need to.
If it didn't code for protein, will it? Wouldn't it?
No, listen. Self-replicating RNA molecule. It doesn't need a protein. All it has to be able to do is replicate itself.
Look, if you did any biochemistry at all, you would know.
Excuse me, pal. I'm a biochemist and a molecular biologist. So don't turn around and say to me if you've done any biochemistry, because you can shove that. Now, what I'm telling you is this. When we're looking for the first replicator, the first self-replicator, all you want is a molecule that can replicate itself. It doesn't have to do anything else.
Oh, yes, it does.
What I'm showing now...
It's useless.
What I'm showing...
Somebody look up. Somebody please look up Lincoln and Joyce, 2009.
Sorry,
replication.
Could you look up... I'm trying to give somebody a reference. Could somebody look up Lincoln and Joyce 2009, self-replicating RNA. If you put those search terms into Google, you should get it. My computer's going slow. I can't.
No, I got something. I got a computer. I can actually use it.
So it's Lincoln and Joyce.
Got it.
LINCO. That's it. N and Joyce.
Self-sustaining replication of RNA enzyme.
Hold on. Joyce with a J. That's the one.
I have it.
Right. Self-sustained replication.
Tracy Lincoln and Gerald Joyce.
There you go. There's your paper. Self-sustained replication of an RNA enzyme. Those RNA enzymes are called RNA enzymes because they're made of RNA, and they are not made of.
These are existing RNA enzymes that are now made to undergo self-sustained replication.
Well, you know what's funny, Femi? You know what's
funny? Please, Steve, let me just explain this bit. It's called an RNA enzyme because it's not protein based. It's based on RNA because RNA can act as a catalyst. DNA can't do that, but RNA can. And they term these molecules ribozymes.
Ribosome is also a ribozyme and a protein in one.
Yes, it is. Ribosome. Yeah, ribosomes have a ribozyme in them. It forms a peptide bond. So we know they exist in nature, ribozymes. This is showing self-sustained replication.
They existed in the organic soup?
No, this was done in a laboratory.
Oh, I see.
Look, you asked me for the you asked for the reference.
And here it is.
Here's the reference.
I will certainly go over the people with interest, but what I can see.
And Femi, do you know what's funny? Hey, Femi, here's the funniest part.
That's in 2009.
Listen to what Nextlig and Fiona's trying to tell you, because
there's a difference.
In modern
chemistry.
In modern eukaryotes, the ribosome, which is a combination of the protein and RNA enzymatic function, what does the polymerization for the polypeptide coming out of the ribosome? It's the RNA enzyme, the ribozymes. It has the same thing, but that is because that she was saying before, it does not require protein enzymatic function.
Yes, exactly.
That's the whole point, that we could show now that it actually not only works in theory, it works in our own bodies this way.
Basically, you have an RNA molecule that is both a sequence that can replicate and an enzyme that can catalyze its own replication.
Yes, exactly.
And I don't understand why somebody who's been through biochemistry.
So are you suggesting that is the way it happened in nature?
No.
It could happen.
No, wait a minute. No, we're not saying this is how it happened. What we are saying is this is one of the hypotheses.
Exactly.
Plural. There are a number of.
There are a number.
It's certainly possible.
There are a number of. I give up.
Sorry, go ahead.
There are a number of hypotheses as to how this may all have started. This is one of them. Now, no hypothesis is the front runner here. We are collecting evidence. We are still investigating it, because that's what science does. Science investigates that which it does not know. Because there isn't a lot of point in investigating what we do know. We don't want to reinvent the wheel. So we are looking at things that we don't have answers for yet, and we're trying to find the answers. And that paper from 2009 is a lovely paper. Now, Steve, you've put a science mag. Is that the one where the nucleotides polymerized? The ribonucleotides polymerized?
Yeah, that science mag has.
In the presence of formaldehyde. And the interesting thing is that ribose sugar itself can be formed from formaldehyde via the Formose reaction.
I remember that.
And one of the things that they do think was present on the early Earth was formaldehyde.
It's also found in meteorites.
Yes. So
the issue.
We hear a lot of arguments saying, well, no, life couldn't have arisen because
if you're able to produce self-replicating RNA molecules, the point is there. The people who put this experiment together in the laboratory they had to apply their intelligence.
I knew it. Right, okay. So now, now what you have just done is said that every single experiment ever run demonstrates intelligent design because...
Precisely.
Right,
I wish I could shake your hand on that. Let me shake your hand on that.
Right, and that... No, don't shake my hand on that. I've identified exactly what you're saying, and it is shite. It is rubbish. It is garbage. Because here's the thing. They may have put the chemicals together, but they did not make the chemicals do what they did.
They did it themselves.
You see, if you take a big lump of salt and you put that salt into water, is that intelligent dissolving? Or is that just what happens when I throw myself off when I throw myself off a building? Is that
I think Lincoln
enjoys, or is it intelligent falling?
It's intelligent falling.
That's where you're going wrong. Because if you are going to claim because an experimenter put two chemicals together that is intelligently designed, no. The experimenters did not force that reaction to happen. They put them together and they waited to see if that chemical reaction could happen spontaneously without them interfering. And it happened spontaneously without them interfering. Anybody who makes that argument that because an experimenter did the experiment, that's intelligence, shows the most woeful ignorance of science and shouldn't be allowed near a test tube.
They created the conditions required for this to happen, and the conditions can also happen in nature without anybody doing an experiment.
Exactly. They're investigating the conditions under which this is chemically able to happen.
In nature, in the warm little pond.
They are investigating the conditions under which it can happen. And they've discovered that in these conditions, it did happen. It wasn't a warm little pond. It was in a laboratory under these set conditions.
Exactly. So there was intelligence. There was an intelligent input.
No. They may have chosen the conditions. They may have chosen the temperature of the reactions. But that wasn't intelligent centigrade.
Yeah.
What was it then?
Intelligent centigrade.
And they choose the chemicals to put into the test.
Are you trying to claim?
What was that?
Are you claiming we now have intelligent temperature?
Say again?
Are you now claiming we have intelligent temperature?
Look, you want to
I asked a question.
Condition. Wait, let me finish.
You want a question.
And I'm trying to answer it.
No, you don't.
I'm saying that if you decide as a scientist that you want to make self-replicating RNA molecules in your test tube, you know that certain conditions are going to be necessary for you to have that self-replication.
But one of which conditions perhaps.
Wait, let me finish. Can I finish? Can I finish?
One
of the conditions maybe being the temperature at which you're going to carry out your experiment.
You're talking nonsense.
The pH at which you're going to carry out your experiment, and so on and so forth. And you make those conditions right for you to have your self-replicating RNA molecules.
And they found out that under certain conditions that can happen.
Congratulations to them, but a lot of intelligence went into this research.
No, before they did the work, they had no idea if this could happen or not. So how can you say that the results are intelligence? No, it's not. They didn't know if this would happen or not. They set out to find out if it could. They had no idea if it could. They had no idea under which conditions it may happen. They set out to find out. That is the purpose of an experiment.
Okay, so that brings up what we call chance in the origin of life.
Chemistry doesn't happen by chance.
Chemistry does not what?
Chemistry doesn't happen by chance.
Precisely.
Exactly.
If it doesn't happen by chance, it happens by an intelligent input.
No,
that's a false dichotomy if I've ever heard one.
We're back to intelligent falling. Listen, if I drop a rock, or
Oh my God.
if I drop a rock, or if a leaf falls off a tree or whatever, it's going to fall down. That doesn't mean it's intelligent falling.
Do you see what she's saying on that? I mean, okay, look at. I mean, first of all, you kind of mock you mock the idea of hypothesis. A hypothesis is a testable conjecture based upon some evidence. Okay, do you agree with that?
It has evidence, apparently.
Yeah, you have to have some kind of evidence to have a hypothesis. You can't just randomly have some kind of weird conjecture. But take, for example, like the theory of gravity, okay? The theory of gravity is a confirmed model. Would you agree that the theory of gravity works? The theory of gravity is a model that we utilize, and it has both explanatory and predictive capabilities. Would you grant that?
Sure.
Okay. Now, the other model for the is if I drop something, an intelligence pushed it down to the ground. Intelligent falling. It was intelligently designed to fall to the ground because intelligence is somehow pushing it down, like the hand of God or fairies.
That. I mean, that's the reasoning doesn't hold water.
That's exactly what you're doing.
Exactly.
No, it's not.
No, there is no.
That's the reasoning you used.
You're doing the exact same thing.
What
You're not
you are
seeing
trying to say, look, if I take a CD-ROM, I take a CD-ROM. It has nothing on it.
Femi.
Stop.
Now, can I just finish my analogy?
No.
Why?
No,
it's not.
You have just laughed.
You're afraid of my analogy before I made it.
Femi,
I might as well.
You've just laughed at Steve's reasoning, and yet he used
your reasoning.
Exactly. That's the funniest part. You laughed.
So you've laughed at your own reasoning.
Right, I was using
his reasoning.
There are 3 or 4 examples I've given so far. Stonehenge.
Oh, God.
When Stonehenge reproduces, come back
the
to
works
me
of
on it.
Shakespeare and DNA.
Femi,
all of them are similar.
I like the
Stonehenge
CD
and the
one
works
better.
of
I thought that
Shakespeare.
might have gone somewhere.
Femi, do you believe that objects fall down by chance? Yes or no?
There's a theory of gravity.
I ask you a question, yes or no question. Do you believe?
What was your question?
Do you believe that objects fall down by chance?
I don't understand what you mean by that.
Do you think that when you drop something, it has to be is this random chance that it's going to fall to the ground?
If what drops?
Anything.
If I have a ball, oh my God! If I have a ball in my hand, and
He's trolling now. He's trolling. He is trolling.
I think he might be.
I'm not trolling.
Nobody can be this stupid.
You're kind of a little bit thick right now. If I take a ball and I hold it in my hand and I open up my hand, the ball falls to the ground, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that just random chance, or is there reasons why that ball fell to the ground that we can actually model and explain, and then utilize it for future predictions?
Gravity.
The ball dropped to the ground because of the law of gravity, the force of gravity.
It's
why
not intelligent. It's not intelligent.
So why not? Wait.
That has nothing to do with intelligence.
No. I have a new model. The reason the ball fell to the ground is intelligent design.
No, nobody argues that.
Exactly what you do in biology. You're taking a model that works and you're disregarding it for the lieu of something called intelligent design, which has no predictable. Stop interrupting me. Stop interrupting.
What we're saying is this: if you saw a piece of paper with some Shakespeare, some works of Shakespeare on it, to be or not to be, that is the question.
Debbie, I've already said, listen to me carefully.
What we are saying is that you can infer from that there was an intelligence behind the speech that was not there.
Debbie,
yes.
Okay? I've already said that to you before. I've said that we can use intelligent design to determine if something has been intelligent design. Why?
Sure.
Because
so why can you not come to that conclusion with the DNA code? Why are you trying to suggest?
Because we have no precedent. Because we have no precedent of seeing any intelligence create DNA code.
Yeah.
And you cannot infer that the DNA code was written?
No, you cannot.
I don't believe DNA code was written. You can't infer that.
If you saw a computer code, maybe written in computer language, can you not infer that this was intelligently designed?
Okay, Fermi, first of all,
DNA is a chemical. That's the difference.
It's
a chemical.
Not a computer.
What you're doing is you are comparing non-living systems with living systems. Now, to go back to what you said about Stonehenge and the works of Shakespeare, when Stonehenge shows the ability to reproduce imperfectly, and when the works of Shakespeare show the ability to reproduce imperfectly, then come back to me with those analogies. But until you have imperfect reproduction in these examples that you give, they are not examples. That's the
very
difference.
false analogy.
This is like you trying to.
I'm glad you brought up the topic of imperfect reproductions.
Let me finish, please. Let me finish. Will you let me finish, please? You cannot make the argument, well, I've got a skateboard and I've had it for years and it's still not evolved into a truck. And the reason you cannot make that argument is because nobody has yet done the experiment where you put two skateboards, a mummy skateboard and a daddy skateboard, in a pen together and let them get on with it and see what the baby skateboards look like. And nobody's done that experiment because there isn't a single fuckwit on this planet that thinks that skateboards have babies.
C. Brown would. I guarantee it. He at some point in time, he would think that.
Femi, you don't believe that gravity happens by intelligence, but you do believe that chemistry happens by intelligence? Please explain.
I'll explain. Now, the person who discovered the DNA code, I think Francis Crick was his name.
No, they did not discover DNA code. They discovered the structure of DNA. DNA is what
structure of DNA code.
No, the structure of DNA molecule.
Yes, molecule.
Can I just finish?
Not when you make such a huge error. Not with an error that size. They did not discover the structure of DNA code.
By the way,
discovered the chemical structure of the DNA molecule. They discovered it was a double helix.
They also discovered that there was a code in DNA.
No, they didn't.
They did not. That is completely wrong.
Did you do basic biochemistry? For
he's a PhD in molecular biology.
DNA transcription and
biologist.
Transfer RNA and messenger RNA and protein synthesis and so on and so forth.
Femi, I have taken a course in biotechnology. I know what DNA is, and it is a molecule.
It's a molecule that has specified information.
Fermi, are you saying that DNA is not a molecule?
It is a molecule, but it has specified information.
That's like saying
specified.
What is there's no such thing as specified information in that regard, how you're using it. Okay, because I'm using
it in the sense that with the specified information in the DNA molecule, it is akin to a code.
No, do you know what's in the DNA molecule? Chemical bonds. Okay, that's all it is an arrangement of the nucleotides. That's all it is. There's nothing magical about it.
Yeah, and the works of Shakespeare is just arrangement of letters. The works of Shakespeare is just arrangement of letters. That's all it is. But you can see that it makes a lot of difference. How those letters are arranged is what makes the difference.
Yeah, Fiona, go ahead.
Point of order. Marshall Warren Nirenberg is the one who, along with, now who was it? Gorbund Khorana and Robert Hawley. They're the ones who worked out the genetic code. They got the Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine in 1968. Now, they were still experimenting in 1958. What year was it when they actually came up with it?
Well, it wasn't one.
I know that. I'm just looking. Roughly. It was in the 60s anyway that they finally worked out which codons coded for which amino acid, and that is the genetic code.
The
so
DNA.
Watson and Crick.
DNA itself is not the genetic code. The genetic code refers to the relation between codons and amino acids.
Exactly.
Precisely. Now we're talking on the same page at last.
Well, you
there's a specific code in DNA that codes some proteins.
You just see what you just did.
We all know that. We all agreed on that.
Yeah, Fermi, you went from code inside DNA, and now we're talking about codons, and you're saying, oh, well, that's what I mean.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Codons. I mean ACTG.
No, you didn't. You just said that DNA itself was a code, but now you're saying codons.
Right, and I said it wasn't, and you laughed at that. Now you're saying, oh, I mean codons.
DNA is a chain of code and codons.
No, good grief. Look, it's not a chain of codons. It's a chain of nucleotide bases.
Yeah, so a chain of nucleotide bases, which are codons.
No, a codon is 3 bases together.
Be any of them.
I agree with you. That it's a 3 bases together.
How do you say that's a bunch of codons?
Then how can you say a codon is a base?
Those codons code for specific proteins. What I'm trying to get at here is that the specific order in which the codons are arranged is what determines what proteins emerge.
Right, but you keep saying this and you keep using specify.
If you have mutations, which is what you guys say is the basis for evolution, you must have mutations, and then you have natural selection that selects your advantageous sort of mutations. That's the basis for your. What I'm trying to say is that the arrangement of the codons relies on a super intelligence.
That is a bare assertion. That is a bare assertion. You have
if you could prove that, you'd win a Nobel.
What you said is it's nifty.
I don't have to prove anything. It's staring you in the face. There's nothing to prove.
No, that's not how it works. What you've said here is it's nifty, therefore God.
Right.
That's what you said.
That's
all you said.
Well, if you can give me the name of somebody else who could have written the code, I'm happy to hear it.
You know what? I have to bring this up because Fiona.
Who wrote salt? Who wrote salt?
Who?
Who wrote glucose? Who wrote fructose?
Heroes. Who's heroes?
Fiona.
Who wrote fructose? Who wrote fructose?
He doesn't know what fructose
is not the code. Fructose is just a chemical.
And DNA is also a chemical.
What's the difference between fructose and DNA?
Yeah, but it has codes in it. It has codes in it. It has codes and codons.
Oh God! But here's the thing.
DNA doesn't have codes in it. DNA doesn't have codes in it.
Do you know?
It doesn't have codes in it.
No, it doesn't have codes in it.
There's no intrinsic code in DNA.
This is all
okay, Nestle. You know what I want you to do?
It's all to do.
Just right now, I want you to enter 2 search words in your search engine.
Oh God! If you say Dawkins, I swear to God, or if you say.
Wait a minute. Okay. Enter the 2 words DNA code and see how many hits you get.
We know it. We call it that.
It's a colloquialism.
We call it the genetic code.
But precisely. However, if there's a code, there must be a code writer.
Femi. It's not like it's physically a code itself. It's like it's a metaphor to describe how it works.
Yeah. It's not a metaphor. It is a code. It's not a metaphor.
No, it's not. I had this explained to me a while ago that it's actually it's more of an analogy that people use.
It's not an analogy. It is a code.
It is a analogy.
Go back to the works of Shakespeare here. Go back to the works of Shakespeare. You know how they say that if you had enough monkeys and enough typewriters and you sat them down for an infinite length of time, they would produce the works of Shakespeare.
That's what they say, but you and I know that would not happen.
Shut it and let me finish. They would end up writing that. That's a book. And we get somebody here who wrote a book. And I'm seeing similarities. Because I'm sorry, but I'm hearing so much nonsense. Utter, abject nonsense.
Such as?
Oh my word. I think I've pointed out quite a few so far.
Let's talk about the DNA code.
Hang on, I was going to say,
nonsense?
Oh my goodness.
The way you're using it, yeah. Fiona, I understand your reasoning on this, that when people use this type of argument, it tends to diminish the need for God. Whenever somebody posits something like, look, I don't have an explanation, let's posit God, and then you find an explanation, that's a little niche that's been taken out for somebody's faith that leaves them less of God. Why do you think we don't have Thor as an explanation for thunder anymore?
Yeah,
because those gods no longer need to be explaining those things.
And also,
what you're doing, Femi,
what you're having to do here is completely bastardize science.
I suggesting that DNA is a code and it was written by somebody that's bastardizing science.
Femi, can I okay,
let me finish.
Go ahead.
In bastardizing the science and coming out with so many things that you've been utterly wrong on, you diminish the faith. You diminish it. When you fight against long established science with a misunderstanding of science, I'm not saying paradigms can't be overthrown, but when you
this one is already, this evolutionary paradigm is already on its way out.
But when you use half-baked and half-arsed misunderstandings of certain topics in science and then say, therefore God, you make the Christian faith so much smaller.
No, I don't.
Yeah, you do.
Can I one thing? One quick thing. I want to quickly point out the difference between DNA and the genetic code. What I'm now showing right now is DNA. This is the genetic code.
Bingo.
Notice the difference between the two.
The RNA nucleus codons.
This is DNA and its sequence. And this is the genetic code, the relation between codons and amino acids. And there is a difference between the fucking two.
And I'm fine with calling the codons.
I agree. I'm not disputing that with you. You all know what I'm talking about when I'm talking about codons.
No, we don't. And you don't either.
I want to point out what Fiona was saying about your misunderstandings, because I did look through your book. They didn't. But if you want to copy, you can go find it in the description, the video link, and then you can go find it from there. You have more misconceptions about evolution than you're willing to admit. You don't understand evolutionary biology, my friend. You really don't, because again, even at the beginning of this, I tried pointing out to you some of your misconceptions, and we didn't go down that line because of other people coming in conversation. But you still have fundamental flaws in how you think evolution works. So what's happening is you have this in your mind's eye that evolution is dying, but the model you have in your mind that's dying isn't the evolutionary theory. The evolutionary theory is the most robust model of all human history. There's probably no model in history that's going to be overcome. There's always going to be something other to overcome rather than evolution. In other words, it could be the last. People can violate the law of gravity and say, you know what, I've discovered a better model than general relativity. That can happen. And yes, you might be able to find a better model than evolution. But you know what? Highly unlikely. It right now is the strongest theory, stronger than atomic theory, stronger than germ theory, stronger than general relativity. It is the strongest model out there. You and other people telling people that it's not are lying to people. If you did the research and you actually looked into this stuff, you would find no credible scientist, none, that is ever saying that evolution is in jeopardy besides a handful of group called the Third Way. And all they're trying to do is change the name from extended to an extended synthesis, because they don't think that Evo Devo and epigenetics can be incorporated in the evolutionary modern synthesis, which has already been. So
Steve, you are dead wrong.
I am not dead
sorry
wrong.
To say.
This the hangout that had advanced degrees in biology than you will ever know. Okay. We have people.
There are thousands of PhDs who have signed a statement saying that.
Oh no!
Evolution
descent from Darwin. Descent from Darwin.
May I tackle that, please? May I tackle that?
And there are thousands of doctors.
Yes.
Please set Project Steve. Please set Project Steve.
No, he brought up first of all descent from Darwin.
Yeah.
The Discovery Institute in disguise, they didn't say who they were, asked scientists if they would be willing to sign this statement asking that more money and effort be put in to developing evolution and looking at evolutionary research, etc. And scientists signed it. There was about 700 of them. And then they discovered that it was a bait and switch, because the Discovery Institute took that list of people asking for more work and more funding into evolutionary biology, and they spun it. These scientists are dissenting from Darwin. Now, most of the science. Excuse me. You will let me finish. Now, many of these scientists were horrified at this, and they asked for their names to be removed. And somebody actually took the time to start contacting these scientists. First of all, they winnowed them down so that they looked at the biologists. So they left out the engineers and they left out the chemists and they left out the chemical engineers. They just looked at the biologists and they started to contact the biologists. And every one of them that they contacted, with one exception, said they accepted evolution. They accepted the theory of evolution. They were not dissenting from it at all. And that they had or would be asking for the Discovery Institute to remove their names. You can look this up. You can find the history behind it. But even so, even with that trick, they still got 700 people signing it. Now, somebody else tried another project called Project Steve.
Yes.
And they asked all scientists named Steve who accepted evolution to sign it. And they got more signatories that way than dissent from Darwin had got.
All Steve's stock accounts. Sorry.
Yeah, they just stuck. They just stuck to scientists who were called Steve.
Yep. I put in the video, I put in the group chat there, Fiona, Dawn Exodus 2 video. Brilliant.
Dawn Exodus 2.
Can I come in at this stage?
Yeah,
can I please come in?
Yes, you can.
You can watch the Dawn Exodus 2 video.
Yeah, watch this video.
He actually contacts these scientists that signed it.
And before you go, let me point out, Femi, this is another mistake or problem you have conceptually in your book. You conflate Darwinism with modern evolutionary synthesis and the theory of evolution. Darwinism is 150 years old. I don't know anybody that's a Darwinist. Fiona, I mean, do you call yourself a Darwinist?
Do you know neo-Darwinists?
I don't think you consider yourself a neo-Darwinist either.
You don't know neo-Darwinists either.
Hang on. The only neo-Darwinists I've ever heard self-proclaimed to be neo-Darwinists are Jerry Coyne and Richard Dawkins.
Yeah.
So you are not the neo-Darwinist.
Neo-Darwinism. But I have never had anybody. I have never had any scientist, and I've had 100 scientists in here. I've never found a single scientist that ever said they were a neo-Darwinist. Not one. So it may not be not that popular, you know, besides, again, Dawkins and Coyne. And I think that they are just very out of date because they are not hip on the newer, you know, the modern biology. I mean, they went to school in the 50s or some shit like that.
Neo-Darwinism is to evolution like Newtonian gravity is to modern gravity.
Yeah, exactly. That's a good analogy. Yeah. I'm not. Yeah, exactly.
Well, so far what I can get from our composition is this: that the DNA code wrote itself by chance.
Nobody said that.
That's what you don't have to have said it. That's what you have suggested.
Nobody said that.
So many words.
Nobody said that.
Natural selection doesn't happen by chance.
Right. Natural selection is not random.
Oh, what about mutations? Are they random or not?
Mutations can be random. Natural selection is not random.
It's not random, but you guys are
if they're not random, what you're saying is that there was an intelligent input.
No. Here's all you need.
You have to get off the fence. It's either random or not.
Oh,
no, there's two mechanisms. There are two mechanisms, you idiot.
Will you please let me just deal with this, right? Here's what you need. You need genetic variation, i.e. imperfect replication of an organism. Okay? So you need that genetic variation there, no matter how it arises. And then you need the environment to act on it in some way. That's by natural selection. Yeah. That's it. Now, nobody denies that genetic variation exists. Even in organisms which reproduce asexually, you'll still get genetic variation. But you get much more variation in those that reproduce sexually. And the environment can act upon that.
Quick point. Sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
And it can select. Now, when it does that, how does it select? How does the environment select? Well, what it means is that those organisms which leave behind more offspring, i.e. are more reproductively successful, their genes will become more frequent within the population. Now, evolution is defined as a change in allele frequency within a population over time. It's a biological process. We observe it happening. We study it happening. It happens in populations. Okay. The theory of evolution describes the mechanism by which the process of evolution comes about. Genetic variation being acted upon by natural selection.
One quick point. Hold on. One quick point. One tiny point. You said that you either have chance or the intelligence, but you know this to be a false dichotomy because you agreed that gravity doesn't happen by chance nor intelligence.
That's a good point.
Exactly.
I really don't understand how you will be comparing gravity and intelligence. The two of them don't make sense.
I was using your argumentation as an example of its manipulation.
And you obviously see why it's false.
Gravity and intelligence don't come together at all. But
I was pointing out the question.
I don't understand the analogy you're making.
Because
if you are saying that there are genetic changes.
If you don't understand it, let me explain it. You said it's either chance or intelligence. But the example of gravity is neither chance nor intelligence. So there's a third possibility. So your either chance or intelligence is a false dichotomy.
Gravity is a physical law.
Exactly. It's not chance.
Wait,
it's not intelligence.
Theory too, dude. I mean,
can I finish? Can I finish?
You've missed what I said.
Gravity.
You missed what I said.
I heard what you said, and I'm trying to rebut, and I'm trying to make a rebuttal here. That gravity is
by your own argument. Your own argument confirms what I just said.
No, it doesn't.
That's the point. It does. Listen carefully again. You said it's either chance or it's intelligence. That is what you said.
We're talking about mutations here.
No. You said either chance or intelligence.
Exactly.
But then you said that gravity is neither of those. So that,
you said something is either one or the other.
Yeah. So that now gives us the three possibilities.
I said it's a false analogy. That's what I said.
Therefore, the dichotomy, the two options that you gave us are not the only two. So if you rule out chance, it doesn't mean it has to be intelligence because there's another option there by your own admission.
Femi, can I ask you a question?
Be it gravity or anything else, right? If gravity is obviously not random, nor is it intelligence. So by using that same reasoning, mutations are the same way. One or the other.
Femi, you're not familiar with this idea that the mutation, the sort of source of genetic variation is random, but natural selection comes along and removes all the bits that aren't useful. I mean, there are two elements going on here. Can't you see there are two components?
I understand that.
So why did you say it's random if you do understand that, then why did you say that it's random when you can clearly see one of those processes is random? There's the two together are the cause of the overall process, but one component is random, but the other bit is clearly not random, the fitness of the organism. So why did you say it's random if you understood that?
No, I perfectly understand the concept.
Then you understand it's not random, then, don't you?
So can I finish? I perfectly understand the concept of natural selection working on random mutations.
Good.
But the point I'm trying to make is that you needed to have the random mutation first before you had your selection.
Are you aware?
Can I just finish? So if you have, let's say, 100 random mutations in a genome, natural selection comes along and says, out of these 100 random mutations, I think that one is advantageous, and then I'll select for that.
No.
That's not how it works at all.
No.
How does it work then?
When you start to anthropomorphize natural selection,
That's exactly
all natural selection is dead animals don't breed. That's it in a nutshell. That's it.
You know what it is? He has.
That is precisely why we say that natural selection explains survival of the fittest and not arrival of the fittest. It cannot select for traits. It cannot create.
You can't.
Whoa. It can only select from traits that have been created randomly.
He has the Tommy Hall version of natural selection.
He does. He's completely lost the plot on this one. Look, here's the thing. There are certain, every human being has about 120 to 150 mutations unique to them that neither their father nor their mother had. Okay? Plus, there's also this randomness between which 23 chromosomes come from the father and which come from the mother. Because remember, they get to choose, don't they? Because they've got two. Remember?
Well, should we deal with the asexual case?
Steve, can you bring up my screen? Can you bring up my screen for all to see?
I was actually in the middle of explaining something there.
Yeah, let her finish first.
So, which chromosomes come from the father, which ones come from the mother? That is random. And that mixing is random, and you get variation that way, plus all those unique mutations that each individual has. But here's the thing. You cannot say that a mutation is beneficial or detrimental in isolation. It depends on the environment. Because a mutation may be detrimental in one environment, but beneficial in a different environment.
A good example of this is sickle cell anemia. In an environment written by malaria, it is beneficial. As heterozygous.
Well, even simple things as a color, like a phenotypical color, can be advantageous. You know, depending on if you're in a snowy environment or not.
Rats and warfarin.
Yeah, well, warts and warfarin. Yeah.
And a peppered moth is also a good example. Yeah. If the trees are black, then the black will survive. If the trees are white, then the white will survive.
Exactly.
Does he think,
it's fucking simple.
Does Fermi think that natural selection implies that there's actually an entity doing selecting?
I don't know, but all it means is it just means dead animals don't breed. Now there's
reproduction.
There's no need for an intelligence to ensure that a dead animal doesn't breed. It just happens. I mean, you go outside and find some roadkill. Find two dead bunny rabbits, a male and a female. Put them together. I can guarantee you will not get a litter of baby rabbits.
He has to figure out how to unmute him because somebody muted him, and he's not. He's muted plus, so he probably doesn't know he's muted.
Yeah, Femi, you need to unmute. There's a little thing at the top of the screen that you can see, a little microphone type icon. You need to click on to unmute yourself.
He's unmuted before, hasn't he? I've seen him unmute. Or maybe somebody's unmuted him.
Well, he may have done it on his end. I don't know, like on a phone or something. But
yeah, I mean, that is what it comes down to.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, sorry. I heard everything you said, but I just brought up the page of dissent from evolution, and I don't know if you can show it to everybody.
Wait, it's not dissent.
You need to screen share, Femi. Do you know how to screen share? You have to click on the green thing at the top left-hand corner, and then it'll enable you to select a window, which you can then screen share, because you're not screen sharing at all.
Yeah. Okay.
First of all, it's not descent from evolution; it's descent from Darwinism, supposedly. And again, I don't know any Darwinists.
Okay. Am I screen sharing now?
And it wasn't called that when the people signed it.
Right, that was the biggest takeaway.
Yes, you're screen sharing. So now
Well,
you
it's not
click on the
screen sharing what he
screen.
wants. He's screen sharing the Hangout. You need to screen share whatever it is, the window you're
Right,
interested in.
he is. He's pulled it up now.
Really?
Steve, you've had it. There it is. No, that's your book.
That's my book. I'm trying to bring up the Dissent from Darwin page, and I'm just trying to show you that literally thousands of scientists have now dissented
from Darwinism, which nobody utilized for the last 150 years. This is the point you made in your book that you made a mistake. Darwinism is not the model of evolution.
Yeah.
So what is?
He didn't know about genes, did he?
Synthesis.
Oh my God, I've totally lost this page.
I'm actually going to update that as well. That's the point.
Femi, what is the point of invalidating Darwinism when he didn't even know about genes? You're invalidating something which no one believes in.
This is my whole point about when I was reading his thing. He was arguing straw man things. He's arguing against Darwinism. Okay, great. I don't believe in Darwinism either.
Yeah,
Darwinism.
We knew nothing about epigenetics back then. We knew nothing about epigenetics.
Darwin has a great
not a thing.
But
we didn't know about horizontal.
What's happened to my computer?
We didn't know about horizontal. We didn't know about horizontal gene transfer. Darwin didn't know about any of these things. And
yeah.
so
okay.
He didn't even know about
genes. So he couldn't. Let me finish. So he couldn't incorporate those ideas into his theory because he didn't know about them. But now we do know about them, and we've got to look and see, do any of these refute what Darwin came up with, or do they add to it? And so far, all of these new things have added to it. They haven't refuted it. And we now have this model, which, while it is based on the foundation of what Darwin discovered, has moved in such a way that Darwin might struggle to actually identify it straight off as having come from what he said, until we point out that it all comes down to dead animals don't breed. Now,
yeah.
So this is your dissent from Darwinism.
Can you guys see my screen now?
Yes. How many names are on it?
Oh, thousands, literally.
Thousands.
And
thousands.
If you go to page 18, you will see my name there. So I'm in good company, aren't I?
Right. Stop. Just stop there. Just stop. Stop scrolling. What have we got?
Can you see that? Olufemi Dokun-Babalola, Professor of Ophthalmology and Head Department of Surgery, Bingham University, Nigeria.
Let's see what we've got.
So basically, what I'm trying to say is this.
Excuse me.
You guys
hang
are on the wrong side of science at the moment. You're on the wrong side of science.
No. Sorry. Have a look very carefully. We've got, we're talking about evolution here and all the rest of it. Electrical engineering, mechanical engineering, organic chemistry, physics. These aren't all biologists. Notice that.
Did you see on this particular page, UCL Kirk Martin, Professor of Biology?
Yes, I do see some, but let me point this out to you.
So you are the guys who always talk about the synthesis and all that. This is the synthesis we are seeing right here. People from all aspects, all walks of scientific endeavor
they're not educated
to the theory of Darwinism.
They're not educated biologists, and they don't understand the difference between Darwinism and evolution. It's like asking a car mechanic,
Steve, one thing.
On this particular page,
you have to remember that many of the people who signed this did so signing a completely different document. It wasn't called what it was eventually called. They thought they were signing to get more funding for research into evolution. And when they found out what they had signed, they've asked for their names to be removed.
A lot of them did.
A lot of them. And I want to know exactly how many people are on that list.
Femi, you keep on. Can I just make a point? Femi keeps on advertising this list. We keep on telling him that a lot of the people on that list wanted to be removed. Yeah, he keeps on going back to the list. Do you know what? Can you not accept that point, Femi, and realise if people wanted the name removed from the list, that invalidates the list? It's very simple.
Here's a bigger picture. I'm not going to go out and ask 1,000 car mechanics, hey, do you want to dissent from the Copenhagen interpretation of quantum mechanics? Right? That's not their area. These people are not biologists. And the worst part is, again, for the 15th time, Fermi, that you're not understanding is nobody's a goddamn freaking Darwinist in these days. They haven't been for over 100 years. So who cares if people dissent against Darwinism? Darwinism is not the model. Darwinism is not accepted because it was wrong. I don't accept Darwinism. Nestle doesn't accept Darwinism. Fiona doesn't. I've asked him before. Rumpus, I never asked him, but I assume he doesn't because obviously he didn't know about genes, right?
Yeah, exactly.
By the way, you're thousands of signatories.
Femi, there was a theory in chemistry called the phlogisterin theory about 200 years ago before they really worked out what chemistry was going on. Now, you might as well bring up a list of saying to us, this is a list of thousands of chemists that do not believe in the phlogisterin theory.
Or spontaneous generation.
Because it's out of date. Yes, so there's just no point in sight. We agree with you that there's no contention here. That list is for people who don't agree with Darwinism. So there's no point in advertising this. When you're using it as a citation for people who believe in something else, and we've even found out that people wanted their name removed. So citing this list as evidence, it's not useful to anybody.
Very dishonest to apply to evolution because it shows the person doesn't understand the difference between Darwinism and evolution. They probably don't understand modern evolutionary synthesis either, or neo-Darwinism, right? Because I mean, somebody who was an excellent pointed out, neo-Darwinism would be a kind of akin to Newtonian, right? I mean, Newtonian still works and it was great, but the model is not Newtonian physics. The model is, relativity. Wrong, but I mean, I don't know anybody that goes around saying I'm a Newtonianist. No, they say I accept the theory of the gravity, right? They don't go around saying I accept it.
One interesting thing that I'm reading that cell book, that mega cell book, is that I think, according to it, it said that every single mutation that could possibly have occurred in the human genome has actually occurred over our existence in 100,000 years. So that means that all the options, in terms of the mutation of individual bases, which means that every mutation has actually been tried out, and the natural selection has then operated on all those variations. So to just call it random, and the fact that you think it's random means you just don't really understand very much about this at all.
Well, I gathered that when I read
he's muted himself.
I haven't
read his book, but I thought that was an incredible thing to discover. And it's in that
his book. His book is not like literally like some of the books we've read. I mean, it's not actually horrible when it comes to that. I mean, nothing like a younger creationist read. Those are just wretched. But what I've noticed about his book is that he takes things that I call a fallacy to relevant thesis, meaning there are things in there that are right. He is correct, but they're completely irrelevant to the argument. For example, if I say, say, well, dogs will never produce non-dogs. Well, yeah, we agree. Everybody agrees with that. But it's irrelevant to you disproving evolution.
He needs to unmute himself. You're muted, by the way, Fermi, again.
You need to unmute yourself again. But a lot of things in his book, he isn't completely wrong, but it's completely irrelevant. It's like, okay, people don't like Darwinism. Yeah, I get that. I don't know any Darwinists. That's not
my own.
Care about.
Yes, you are now. Yes.
That nobody. Have you ever met a Darwinist, by the way?
Me? I'm just speaking to one.
I'm not a Darwinist. Nobody here is a Darwinist.
How many times are you going to ask that question? Jesus.
Just not here when we got done saying I've never met a Darwinist.
Oh my God.
I'm a Darwinist. Rumpus is a Darwinist.
Hey, don't turn your backs on Darwin now. Don't turn your backs on the old man.
Excuse me.
My God.
Point of order. Point of order. We have just spent God knows how long explaining to you why
the difference.
Why currently it is not Darwinism that everybody is going with. It is the modern evolutionary synthesis, and that is continually being updated. So therefore, people do not call themselves Darwinists because it's moved on from that.
And you got a few things wrong.
So
Let me finish. So nobody here is a Darwinist. So when you call someone, let me finish. So when you say, you laugh at someone who says, but I'm not a Darwinist, all it shows is that not a single thing that anybody has said has managed to make it into your brain.
Exactly.
They have told you why you do not use that term anymore, because it's moved on.
Okay, it has moved on. We're now evolutionists.
It's so funny you talk. It's so funny you talk about bait and switch. The first thing you said was not, "Oh, I have a scientific descent from Darwinism." You said, "Quote, scientific descent from evolution."
Yeah.
If that's not the biggest bait and switch I've ever seen in this room.
Exactly. And
no, I'm only reading the dissent statement for you. I'm not. I didn't write it.
It does not say evolution.
What does it say?
Go and read it for yourself.
You are being extremely
read it for yourself.
It was never a dissent against evolution.
I just showed the page now, didn't I?
That is in your book. Did you call it dissent from evolution?
No, I'm saying the page for the dissent from Darwin or whatever.
Darwin. Oh, for goodness sake! That's the point we're trying to tell you. There is a difference. You said it was a
but the statement itself talks about.
You said it was a dissent from evolution. It is not.
Bingo.
Yeah, but the statement itself says that there is a dissent, that the mechanism of random mutation and natural selection is not sufficient to explain the complexity of life. That's what the statement says.
Here is what it says. Here is exactly what it says, word for word. We are skeptical of claims for the ability of random mutation and natural selection to account for the complexity of life. Careful examination of the evidence for Darwinian theory should be encouraged. There is scientific dissent from Darwinism. It deserves to be heard.
And I would agree with that.
That is what was signed. Not a single mention of evolution.
And I would agree with that.
That is just a very tautological argument, to be honest.
You don't understand the
tautological argument.
You don't understand the difference between Darwinism and evolution and the modern evolutionary synthesis. Now, I've told you, evolution is a biological process, much like digestion is. Evolution is
that is like the difference between 6 and half a dozen.
No, it's not.
No.
It is a biological process. It happens in populations. We observe it happening.
So why are you still celebrating Darwin then? Why are you celebrating 100 years of the Darwin, 150 years of the Darwin, and you throw a big bash and everybody's going gaga over it?
Because he started it. He initiated.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about.
Seriously, honestly, I have to ask, were you dropped in your head as a child?
Maybe I was, I don't know.
I'm beginning to think...
Fermi, do you claim to be an academic? Fermi, he says he has an academic at British University. Fermi, are you an academic in British University?
I'm an
academic, I can't believe that you are,
yes.
because in a British university... Because I can't believe just the way you don't absorb information, you don't listen, despite the fact that Fiona told you about 5 times the difference between Darwinism, neo-Darwinism, and evolution. And then you came back after that and then said, oh, you're a Darwinist then, you're not a Darwinist, as though you hadn't understood or heard anything. I mean, you don't seem to be able to absorb information. You don't seem to be able to distinguish between terms, despite them being explained to you repeatedly. You thought that evolution was just a random process, despite the fact claiming to understand that you knew there were 2 components to it. I mean, you just don't seem to have a handle on any of this, and you don't seem to be able to be explained to. You don't seem to comprehend information or explanations or reason.
No, I perfectly understand what you have said, but it doesn't mean that I haven't heard you, that, my views are not my views. My views are my views.
Your views are fine. You can have any views you want, but, we're only concerned with the facts. You have misled the facts tremendously. But let me ask, when you say neo-Darwinism, can you tell me the primary difference between neo-Darwinism and Darwinism? Do you know?
Good question.
Well, I don't know. I mean, obviously, Darwinism has obviously during the time of Darwin, it didn't have quite a number of the information we had. Particularly, it didn't have information on genomics and so on and so forth.
Close, yes. It's actually
and molecular biology.
So you understand the difference between the two.
But can I finish? But genomics and molecular biology, rather than help his theory, actually buried it.
Wrong. Utterly wrong. More than wrong. Fractally wrong cubed.
Potato.
Actually.
Can I tell you why? Can I tell you why it buried it?
Yes, you can try. You can try. Tell me all about how molecular biology buried it. Could you please stop screen sharing me? Please stop screen sharing me.
Can I stop what?
Oh yeah, you're screen sharing, or not me. Can you? Here, wait.
You're screen sharing the Hangout window.
Okay, so now.
Here, I got a way to fix it. Hang on.
The new genetic information age in which we are now.
Bit of bandwidth.
Molecular biology has buried Darwin.
Right, you said that. You said you were going to prove it. All you've done is say it again.
Yeah, I'm fascinated by this.
Because of the specified information in
oh my god!
DNA
Oh my god! He said it.
No. What? I asked you this earlier. I said what specified it, and you said God.
God disproves
God
Darwin.
And also, don't forget that.
So the reason. Wait.
Can I finish?
No, I'll finish first.
When Darwin was
speaking, Fiona, he was speaking.
Well, he interrupted me.
When I was speaking, lady. Can I finish? When Darwin was proposing his theory, he assumed that the cell was just a blob of protoplasm. We obviously now know
better. You got things wrong. Great, congratulations. Now we know why
there's no such thing as a simple cell. Are we all agreed on that?
That's not exactly true.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I mean, you're really trying to use some equivocation here.
It's still not showing me how molecular biology and genetics is.
All that actually buries his theory, and if his theory is buried, I don't know where this neo-Darwinists and neo-evolutionists are going with anything.
Darwin's theory is not.
Is shaky. Where are you guys going?
Darwin's theory is not cells are made of blobs of protoplasm. Now, if that was Darwin's theory, cells are blobs of protoplasm.
Well, no.
He said in his book that
if that was Darwin's theory that cells are blobs of protoplasm, then yes, modern science would have debunked Darwin's theory of modern cells are blobs of protoplasm. But that was not his theory.
And so, if that was the case, science would have come up with a new theory, would have rejected it. Just because Darwin said something 150 years ago has absolutely no bearing on what our position is now, just like we discovered genes. Just quoting something you've made up about Darwin about protoplasm is utterly irrelevant. We're talking about the current situation. You might as well criticize gravity from what Aristotle said about things falling, heavy things falling faster than slow things. That's history. We're not interested in history. We're interested in the now.
Exactly.
Yeah, and I want to know how the molecular biology has debunked Darwin. He made the claim, he repeated the claim. Explain it, please.
Why are you stuck 150 years in the past? Get up to speed.
That's what I'm saying. It's a bunch of straw man stuff. You know, I mean,
you see, like what I was trying to say when I got interrupted earlier was that earlier on we asked about this, and he said. The complex specified whatever it was, right? And when I asked him what did they specify, the answer was God.
Yeah.
Now if he's trying to say that molecular biology has debunked Darwinism, God is not molecular biology. One is supernatural, one isn't.
Yeah, all he's doing is saying by fiat, his religion, he believes his faith supersedes actual science. That's it. which anybody can do. I can be like, you know what? My faith says that I have body thetans that came from a galactic ruler named Xenu, blown up aliens 70 million years ago. And therefore, all your problems in life are caused by these thetans. And anything you say otherwise is just these thetans are making you say it. I mean, it's the most absurd argumentation in the world. And
also, a lot of the trees that we had drawn before we actually managed to get hold of DNA sequences, etc. We had all of our trees drawn, the relationships drawn, all the rest of it. Then we started sequencing DNA. And the vast majority of those relationships held. Some didn't, but the vast majority did. So rather than knocking any idea of common descent on the head or debunking Darwinism or debunking evolution or anything like that, the molecular biology that we have done has actually supported it.
If you say so.
No, I don't just. Well, that's demonstrable. If you go and look up some of the trees that we had prior to being able to do all this DNA sequencing, and then go and look at the trees that we have now with the information from DNA sequencing. And yes, you will find some changes, but most relationships have pretty much stayed the same.
Hardly anything extreme.
You can go and you can look that up for yourself. So there's that's so you say. You can go and find it.
Well, you know, I've enjoyed talking to you chaps, but the last thing I want to say before I have to go to bed is this. Mitochondrial DNA sequencing, since we're on the subject of molecular biology, mitochondrial DNA sequencing has proven that there were 3 matrilineal ancestors, A, B, C. Are we all agreed on that?
What?
I don't know what you meant to that. First of all,
actually, I know what this is. Sort of. Here's the problem. What the mitochondrial DNA does is it's looking at the relationships between currently living human beings, and it's saying that if we go back far enough, there's only one lineage. Eventually, you get back to one lineage that has currently surviving ancestors, but that doesn't mean that when that one person was around, there were no other people. You see,
look,
right?
Listen, let me finish. I want to explain this. I really want to explain this. Mitochondrial DNA is passed down the maternal line because you have mitochondria in the egg. You will occasionally get one from a sperm, but that's one of these really unusual things. Very rarely happens. But anyway, now that means that if a woman has 2 sons, her mitochondrial DNA is in her sons, but they will not pass it on. They can't, because remember, it's in the mitochondria are in the egg.
Sure.
So her line would end at that point if she only had sons. Now, if she had daughters, and the daughters were either infertile or died before they reached reproductive age, again, that line would end. So it doesn't mean that when we trace all the way back, that there was only the one female. Because when
actually there were 3.
Around, no, and if you go far enough back, get to the one.
Yeah, you get to the one. But first there were 3 that lived around the time of the flood. That was about 4,000
No. Wait.
Oh.
That is something that Joanna Perdome had taken from what the frick is his name? She borrowed information from one of the young Earth creationists who basically used a very poor method for dating on the molecular clock. Mitochondrial Eve was about 200,000 years ago.
Oh no, it isn't.
Oh yes, that is a fact. Go look it up. Okay, that is an absolute fact.
But here's the thing: it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, because it doesn't mean you go back to only one existing at the time. It just means that all the others that were around, those lineages didn't include a daughter in every single generation.
That argument is special.
And it's kind of weird that you, in your book, claim you're an older, person, and yet you really seem to utilize very poor young Earth creationist arguments that have been consistently torn down.
Yes.
By the way, my channel is it's pretty much dedicated to destroying young Earth creationism, and I can refute pretty much any young Earth creationist argument for the most part.
Yeah, but your reputations don't hold water.
Wait, do you know any of the young Earth creationist people, Ken Hovind or any of those guys?
Yeah, I know them.
We've all refuted them ad nauseum. Fiona's had a couple of debates with them. I've engaged with them. Eric's been. We've engaged with young Earth creationists ad nauseum. You know what? They're all full of crap. These guys are Oh, yes, they are.
Yes.
Believe me. Videos on my channel, you can go watch us engage with these people. I literally got Ken Hovind to admit he was wrong on 2 of his claims, and his thing was
which ones did you get him to claim?
Radiometric dating claims. You can go watch the video. But he actually said he can't go back in time and fix it. And I was like, wait, I'm not asking you to go back in time and fix it, because I'm not asking you to invent time travel. But for future reference, they're going to be using these claims. He doesn't care. He still will be using these claims, even though he's been pointing out that he's wrong.
Well, just like you guys are still using ORP drawings in your textbooks.
Like, oh, don't get into this Haeckel drawing crap, because it's not even true either.
It is true. Most of the textbooks still have ORP drawings.
I just had one of the most prevalent embryologists in the world in my hangout the other day, PZ Myers. Okay, if you want to talk about Haeckel's drawings with him and Jade, I would love to have you back. But that's complete bullshit, because they use microfinch nowadays, first of all. And second of all, Haeckel's drawing was trying to explain recapitulation theory.
Which is totally wrong. There's no such thing as ORP.
Yes, it is wrong. Exactly. Nobody accepts recapitulation theory, right? So why bring it up?
But they still use it in the textbook for the kids as strongest argument for evolution.
The only textbook
quit heckling. I'm sorry, I am sick of heckling.
Yeah, they
do not use it in the textbook.
The only textbook we've done research on this, and you need to do some research on this. The only textbook that they've ever had these drawings in are showing the history of science, the history of these things, not as embryonic drawings.
History.
It's dishonest.
Keep it out of the books. Keep it out.
This is part of history. Haeckel's drawings are part of
history. If you are studying the history of science, you have to include in the book the history of science.
Right.
Yeah, well, the kids wouldn't know it was history.
It gives the analogy of Newton leading up to Einstein. It's the exact same thing.
Yeah. Well, he's using all these young creationist claims, and then he's surprised that we refuted people like Ken Hovind ad nauseum. Well, I mean, you seem to be agreeing with him on some things, but I mean, for example, his radiometric datings, I shat all over them because he's completely wrong. Because what he did was he used the fact that
you'd have to admit that Ken Hovind had some very good arguments, such as
no, he didn't. He has no good argument. I have his entire creationist handbook, 9th edition, and I've gone through it on air with my friends and people of experts in all different fields, and we have annihilated everyone in the scientific
Ken
claims.
Hovind has made so many egregious errors.
Inept.
I mean,
he's inept.
How many people do you know whose PhD thesis begins, "Hello, my name is Ken Hovind"?
Okay, what would you say about petrified trees in?
No.
Okay, sure. Let me take this one, please. Let me take this one. Polystrate trees. First of all, do you know this?
Trees.
Okay. Yeah, they're not trees. Okay, if you did any research on this, you would realize they're called lycopods. Okay, lycopods are club moss. Okay, so they're not even dichotomous trees. They're a type of moss. Second of all, they don't go through strata. The term polystrate literally means go through strata. They don't go through strata. They go through mud layers formed from annual rains from bogs. These things form over a period of these things form over a period of about 100 years. Okay, they are not trees and they're not strata. Those are not rock layers. And if you don't believe me, go look at a paper, or not paper, but a publication by a guy named Ian Juby, who's a very prominent young Earth creationist, very, very ignorant one, but even he admits that they're not trees and they are lycopods.
Have you been to the Museum of Natural History in London?
Okay, don't change the subject. I just gave you two refutations.
No, I'm still talking about the polystrate trees. There's one right outside the Museum of Natural History in London.
Listen to me. Do you address what I said? Are they trees? Yes or no?
Yes, they are trees.
No, they're not. Go look it up. Go do your research on this. They are not trees.
Yeah, he has to go to bed. I have to go to bed, actually.
Look at this, but look into this. They're called lycopods. Okay? And a lycopod
I
is a
will look it up.
mass. And if I'm wrong, I will take my channel off air. Okay?
Like
I'm telling you right now, I've done my research on this. Okay, they are lycopods.
Okay. It's been great talking to you guys. I will look it up. Lycopods. Is that an LY or an LI?
Yes, that's it.
Here.
Is it LYCOPODS?
Yeah.
LYCOPOD. Like from Lycopithecus.
Lycopods carboniferous.
Yeah. Oh, look.
Okay. I'm going to look that up. And all it says is what? Okay, it's still trees it's showing.
Those are not trees, those are moss.
Oh God, damn it.
They're not, those are not trees. They're a type of spore.
Good grief.
I mean, you're way off. You're not even the right freaking clade.
Is it Lepidodendron, also known as kale tree? Is an extinct genus of primitive vascular.
They have been known to be called trees, but it's a colloquialism. Okay, they're not actual trees. Just like a banana is not a fruit, right? Or just like peanut's not a nut. Okay, they have a name, but when scientifically speaking, that's not what they are. But they've been co-opted by people that are not scientists, like freaking Ken Hovind. But what happened was these were found in the in the late 1800s or so, and they knew what they were. These were not something that was, but they knew they weren't trees, but they kind of looked like one, so the name stuck.
Anyway, they are polystrate. Do you agree with that?
No, because polystrate means strata. They're not going through strata.
What are they going through?
They're going through mud layers.
Mud layers?
Yeah. Anyway, they're going through mud layers. These things are buried. These things are buried because of annual floods in bogs and swamps. And what happens is every year the mud flows come in, and these things get one layer of mud after another. They're not rocks. And Ken Hovind,
here you go. I've pulled up lycopod definition. Okay, I typed into Google lycopod, and here's what I got: a club moss, especially a lycopodium. Giant lycopods the size of trees were common in the Carboniferous period.
Except that polystrate fossils are found in not just the Carboniferous period, but also in other.
Good grief! Listen,
this is pathetic.
I'm just telling you what a lycopod is, okay? That's all I'm telling you, what a lycopod is.
And I want to have you back. I really do. I love these kind of conversations.
All polystrate trees lycopods?
All the ones that Ken Hovind was talking about were lycopods, yes. And even Juby agreed with that. I give you the source for that. He's a younger creationist, but even he did the research on it. He's like, yeah, these are not actually trees.
Okay. I'm opening up something.
Let me tell you, for somebody who's actually talked to Ken Hovind, and even Fiona's, and even Rumpus, and I think everybody in here, Ron Solo, you had these two debates with Ken Hovind. He is a very duplicitous guy. What he did was he took things about basic science and twisted it because, one, people didn't have internet access at the time, and two, most people didn't have the scientific background to really investigate his claims. Even when I pointed out to him two of the mistakes he made, which is many, I mean, every one of his mistakes, but two of them I had an opportunity to. They were non-negotiable as far as being a mistake. They were completely demonstrably false. For example, he claims that
what exactly was I'm not holding brief for him, but
he claims that baby Dima was radiometrically dated at two different dates from one part of it to another, therefore invalidating carbon dating. And he cites a source called a stratigraphic and glaciated Central Alaska, paper 683, I believe it was. And if you actually get this paper, which I do have, which by the way you couldn't get back then, you'll find that baby demons never even mentioned. And the date of publication, even in his creationist handbook, was from 1975. When was discovered 1977 in Siberia. So unless he was psychic or invented a time machine, his citation was bullshit.
I'm gonna quote Ken Hovind verbatim. He said this. He said, "Maybe Einstein got it wrong. Maybe time is the constant and light is the variable."
Oh God, it hurts.
What? No, what he was trying to say there, and I think I know what he was trying to say there. He was trying to suggest
that's just a physics example of how bad
it is. You know, he believes in the 6 literal days of creation, right?
Right, which I don't care about, but his science sucks.
But what he was trying to say was that creation came mature, because some of the arguments against young Earth is that how did the world have enough time for the light to travel from the stars to the world and all that?
Right, and
he was saying that. It was created, you know, mature, just like Adam and Eve were not created as babies; they were created as human beings.
Right. But do you know? Okay, but even if you use that line of reasoning, do you know what happens if you use Hovind's maths and his physics to explain that? Okay, you actually end up with the value of Hubble's constant of magnitudes greater than what it is. In fact, you change this fine structure constant such that you would not even have atomic physics. You would not have atoms forming. Literally, it's something like in the order of 160 billion times greater than what it is now. You would not have life. You would not have atoms. You would have nothing. So basically, if Hovind was right, we would have never existed in the first place. He literally destroys the universe to make his worldview work because his science is so fucking weird, you know, whacked out. You cannot sit there and change C because it's a natural unit and it's integrated with many other things like the electric and magnetic constants.
Yeah, but you know, if you want to talk of cosmology now, you guys are very
weak. Talk about a lot of different things, I assure you.
You guys are very weak.
Wait, do you know Dr. Hugh Ross?
Hugh Ross, yeah, I know about Hugh Ross, yeah.
Yeah, he's on my channel quite frequently. He's actually a very good friend of ours now, and so is a biochemist named Fuzz Rana. Fuzz just sent me one of his books not too long ago called "The Dinosaur Blood in the Age of the Earth." And matter of fact, you know who Mary Schweitzer is? Ever heard of her?
Mary Schweitzer, I think
Mary
so,
Schweitzer, she's the one that discovered the heme and collagen in 65-million-year-old fossils that all these young creationists are talking about. You know,
okay, he's the one who found blood cells in.
She didn't find blood cells. That was the whole thing. Yeah, she didn't find blood cells. She found blood vessels. Yeah, but you know what? She came
vessels. Yeah, she found blood vessels.
She was in here. She was
in here. But they were soft tissue.
It was tissue, soft tissue. Yes, but I have her in here explaining, you know, her work. We get the top of the top. We get some best people in here to refute younger creationism and misleading information. So, you know, if you ever want to come here and engage with some of them, we could do that. But I need you to do one thing for me before you go to sleep.
No, look. Let me explain my position. Let me explain my position, Steve. Let me explain my position on.
I will give you the last word. Just give me 1 second to wrap this up. All I want you to do is to go validate the things we told you. Go look that these things are lycopods, right? Go look that baby demon was not found in 1975 as per Ken Hovind, but found in 1977, 2 years later. Okay? Go look at these things, and once you start realizing that those things are wrong, those are the first dominoes to fall, and I swear to you, my friend, I can give you 1,000 more. I've gotten people out of younger creations by showing the evidence, the facts.
Steve.
So I'm going to give you the last word. I do appreciate you coming in here. And,
is it
props to you.
Yeah, Steve, you wanted me to have the last word?
Yes, you get the last word.
Yeah, well, first of all, I want to say that I'm very grateful that you know you made this forum available. I've really enjoyed every minute of it.
Me too.
And certainly, I have learned quite a lot from you guys. But at the end of the day, the fundamentals remain the same, and that is that everything that we have talked about today still points to the fact that there was intelligence behind creation, And as far as we Christians are concerned, that intelligence is God.
Well, and I thank you for that. I do appreciate you coming in. I will let you know that I will be having a debate with a person named True Empiricism in 2 weeks from yesterday on which is a better model, evolutionary theory or intelligent design. So I hope you listen in on that.
Sure, please.
The last debate that I had, the last debate that I had with Wayne Fillmore, and Wayne Fillmore no longer is the art creationist because of that debate, at least partially because of that, and General Han Solo in here. But I would like you to know that right in here, right now, General Han Solo is an adamant Christian. Fiona is a Christian, and they both of them are evolution advocates, very strong evolution advocates. So religion and theology.
I don't know how they have reconciled their Christianity with evolutionism.
You know what? We'll get you back into it. General knows a lot about the Bible. I mean, he teaches physics. He knows a lot about the Bible. He's the one that you go to ask about why creation is wrong from a biblical point of view. I don't have the tool set to do that. But we'll get you back in here another time.
So I look forward to future engagements with your channel.
Yeah, I thank you. I know things get a little heated; they always kind of do. But you held in there, and I give you mad props for that. You actually came in here and defended your viewpoints, and we can have a great discussion. And I mean that with all sincerity. I disagree with you fully, but I give you mad props for being able to do that. Okay.
Sure. Thank you very much indeed.
You're welcome, man. So with that, I am going to wrap this up a little bit, guys. We're to Talking Shit Tuesday, I guess, starting at 4 o'clock. And so in 2 minutes, I think the topic is going to be C. Brown's a fucking idiot, C. Brown's a fucking idiot, and C. Brown's a fucking idiot. Okay. So that's kind of like I think that seriously.
All right. Thank you very much indeed.
All right, thank you guys.
You guys have a lovely day.
We had a lot of people watching. Get some sleep, okay? And for me, and thank you guys for coming in. And I'm going to see you guys over at TST. Bye.